All right, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for tuning on in to this live stream. I want to do a very brief preface to the video that I'm going to play in probably about a minute. I want to get this out here now because everything that's taking place with Umar Johnson legally. And this particular video is sourced from a documentary that I've been working on dealing with Umar Johnson's whole life. It specifically addresses the FDMG grand opening dates, and more specifically, the FDMG grand opening date changes that have occurred since 2010. So I want to get this out here now. Most members have already seen this particular video because I have the series of videos, I guess we can say rough drafts of the documentary available for members only. And I premiered another segment this past week. But yeah, this last week, I think it was last week. It might have been this week. I can't remember. I want to say this: if you are Umar Johnson supporter, and if you are an Umar Johnson donor, that this is probably the most important video that you can watch dealing with FDMG, the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black Boys. All right. So I want to encourage you to watch this video to the end. Okay. Watch the whole thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play it. And then at the end, I'm going to come back on here and I'll answer any questions that may come through the chat room, or if anyone has any questions at the end, you'll be welcome to ask those questions at that time, and I'll answer those questions. But if you are Umar Johnson follower or a donor, specifically dealing with this FDMG school project, if that's what you're going to call it, this is probably the most important video that you will ever see. So please take the time to watch it in full. Thank you, everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. Shout out to the mods. And there is also a poll question. Last thing I want to say here, the poll question is: how many times has Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date? There's a typo in there, so I apologize for that. How many times has Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date? Make sure you vote during this live stream. Okay, all right. Without any further ado, I'd like to present to you guys this segment dealing with one of the three biggest lies that Umar Johnson has told dealing with FDMG. Number one, the FDMG grand opening. The other two are donations and renovations. I have other videos that I've premiered recently to explore those two topics. But for this one, we're dealing specifically with the FDMG grand opening date changes. All right, without any further ado, let's go.
On January 6, 2010, Umar Abdullah Johnson posted the following message on his Facebook page: promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black Boys, specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Grand opening 9/11/2013. This is chess, not checkers. While this post was made in 2010, the FDMG grand opening date was set for September of 2013. So what happened between 2010 and 2013? Did Umar lay the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black Boys? On March 3, 2010, Umar Abdullah Johnson posted on his Facebook page that he is looking for young black males, high school, 14 to 17 years, to work in the FDMG aftercare and summer camp for black boys this spring, summer. I am also looking for black males interested in teaching at the FDMG School for Black Boys. Must have a bachelor's degree, squeaky clean child abuse clearance with no felonies on the state FBI criminal clearance. Email resume and clearances to umarabdullahjohnson@yahoo.com. No sisters. So what happened to the FDMG aftercare and summer camp for black boys that was supposed to take place spring, summer of 2010? These events never occurred. In fact, not much was said about FDMG in 2010. However, in 2011, several videos show Umar Johnson speaking about the idea of FDMG.
You're going to spend about $3 billion on Christmas gifts. $3 billion. Do you know how many schools you could build for our boys out here with $3 billion? With your Christmas money. We ain't talking about your toenail money. We ain't talking about your rim money. We ain't talking about your vacation money. We talking about your Christmas money, black people.
And one of the biggest problems with public education, it's designed for them to fit into the American social order that has no place for them. So we got to rethink our entire approach to education, which is why I bring up those 6 sciences, because when I approach education, and I want to open my own school one day, hopefully soon, the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black Boys.
It is interesting that Umar Johnson states that he wants to open up FDMG soon, and there is still no functional accredited school. In 2012, Umar Johnson made these comments about FDMG.
And that's why I'm blessed enough to open up the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black boys. It will be non-religious. You teach them your religion. I'm going to teach them race pride. You can give them Jesus and Muhammad, but I'm going to give them racial self-reliance.
In 2012, Umar Johnson stated that he will not teach FDMG students religion. However, in 2019, Umar Johnson stated that FDMG students will be required to learn Ifa. Ifa is a spiritual divination system that has its origins in Yorubaland, West Africa.
FDMG will be registered as an independent parochial academy. What does that mean? We are spiritual, but the word they use is religious. That's how we're registered. That means your child must study and learn Ifa, the traditional spiritual system of the Yoruba people of Nigeria. They don't have to practice. If you're a diehard Christian and you believe that you're not allowed to learn your own spiritual culture, that's fine. They don't have to practice, but they must learn. Every child will receive a divination. Every child will receive a divination. Every boy of the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy will receive a divination to find out under what energy they were born. We will have a house of Shango. We will have a house of Ogun. We will have a house of Yemoja. We will have a house of Eshu. We will have a house of Oshun, Oya, a house of Obatala. Oh, yes. And we will have Obatala celebration, Oshun celebration, Yemoja celebration, Oya celebration. Oh, yes. Yes. And your child will dress up in the colors of the energy that walks with them.
In another video from December of 2012, Umar Johnson had this to say about the idea of FDMG.
The number one purpose of Team Pan African, my organization, is to build several schools, residential revolutionary academies for young African boys and girls. I was in Los Angeles speaking this past week, and there's an elder there who granted my organization 6 of his acres of land upon which we can build a school. And so we're looking at one location being in San Bernardino, California, right outside of LA. I got another phone call this morning. There's a brother in Pennsylvania. He's an elder farmer, and he wants to grant Team Pan African several acres for us to build a school there.
If 6 acres of land in San Bernardino, California was donated to Umar Johnson in 2012, and acres of land in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania was donated to Umar Johnson in 2012, then why did it take Umar Johnson 6 more years to find a school location? More on this later.
So initially I was only looking at one international school, starting with our boys. But with the help of the ancestors, it looks like we may have several schools being erected at the same time, and that we may be able to take care of the boys and the girls. So if you're interested in being a part of that movement to build a school district.
It is interesting that Umar Johnson was promoting the idea of an FDMG school district back in 2012. A school district would imply several schools that would exist throughout the country. This is a lofty goal for someone who had no experience in opening a school and no money to start the process of building a Pan-African school district. Remember that in 2010, Umar Johnson stated that the FDMG grand opening would be September 11th, 2013. And yet, in December of 2012, Umar Johnson is talking about opening a Pan-African school district and makes no mention of the September 11, 2013 grand opening. In July 2013, Umar Johnson gave the following FDMG update.
In my school that I'm working on building now, the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Re-Africanization Academy for Boys, and the Amy Douglas, and the Anna Douglas, Frederick's wife, the Anna Douglas and Amy Jakes and Ashwood Garvey Academy for the girls, the long-term goal is to be residential. Because you cannot take a child from the home, and I know this from being a therapist. You cannot take the child from the home, do therapy on the depressed child, and send them back to the home that made them depressed. Same thing when it comes to re-Africanization. You can't take the child out of a Negro home for 7 hours, recondition their mind, and then send them back. Because what you did from 8 to 3, the parents are going to undo from 3 to 8 the next morning. So it got to be a residential academy.
To be clear, Umar Johnson conceptualized two separate residential academies. The first academy would be for boys and was called the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, a.k.a. FDMG. The second academy would be for girls and was called the Anna Douglas Amy Garvey Academy, a.k.a. ADAG. 2 days before the September 11, 2013 grand opening deadline, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date.
I'm simply saying that my own personal plan is to have the doors of my school open by August of 21st of 2015.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date from 2013 to August 21st, 2015. This began a pattern of behavior where Umar Johnson would change the FDMG grand opening date each year from 2013 to 2025. As we progress through the upcoming videos, it will be important to document each FDMG grand opening date change. Since we have the initial FDMG grand opening date as September 11, 2013, we can document it here. We can also add the grand opening date of August 21st, 2015. On September 14, 2013, Umar Johnson reiterated his August 21st, 2015 grand opening date.
And then hopefully August the 21st of 2015, 2 years, my school will open.
In the World Beat Center video from September 14, 2013, Umar Johnson made pertinent statements about FDMG and his future crowdfunding goal.
And then hopefully August the 21st of 2015, 2 years, my school will open. The Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Re-Africanization Academy. We're going to have an aviation academy. We're going to teach your sons and your daughters how to fly airplanes. They'll be able to get their junior pilot's license by the time they graduate.
Two important points to consider here. First, at the time of this World Beat Center video, 1,347 days or 3.5 years had passed since Umar Johnson posted that FDMG would open on September 11, 2013. Clearly, no groundwork had been completed concerning the grand opening of FDMG since January 6, 2010. This proves that Umar Johnson did not have a clear plan of action with respect to laying the groundwork for FDMG, let alone opening a fully functional accredited school. Second, the idea of having an aviation academy is consistent with the grandiose imaginings present in Umar Johnson's conceptualizations of FDMG. More on this later.
And I'm going to go on a national fundraising tour. I'm getting the paperwork ready now. It looks like by New Year's Day, I'll be ready to put up my website for the school and tell you, show me the damn money. And you better give me some money because I'm going to talk about San Diego if I don't get no damn money.
It is important to note that Umar Johnson stated that he was going on a national fundraising tour and that he was getting his paperwork in order so that he could set up a website to collect donations. If Umar Johnson was laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy back in January of 2010, then shouldn't he have had his paperwork in order and a functional FDMG website by September of 2013? Wouldn't 3.5 years be more than enough time to complete these basic tasks? Umar Johnson's inability to handle basic business proves that Umar Johnson never had a clear plan, motivation to complete basic tasks, or a desire to open a fully functional accredited school. This will become more apparent as we progress through the Umar Johnson timeline.
And I'm going to go on a national fundraising tour. I'm getting the paperwork ready now. It looks like by New Year's Day, I'll be ready to put up my website for the school and tell you, show me the damn money. And you better give me some money because I'm going to talk about San Diego if I don't get no damn money.
This video clip proves two things. First, Umar Johnson was talking about raising money for FDMG in 2013. Second, Umar Johnson's general attitude towards donation money was one of personal entitlement. It was not about FDMG or the needs of black boys. It was about Umar Johnson's personal needs.
You spent $300 for that pocketbook. I know you got $200 for my school. Brother, you driving a $50,000 car? Your car note is $500? You ain't got $200 for my school? Woman, you got the $200 for Versace? You ain't got $100 for my school? I'm going to expose you if you don't give me no damn. Because I am not going to go to the government and say, can you finance my school for black boys? I'm not in that. I'm a Garveyite. I am a revolutionary Pan African nationalist, and if it got to be done, it's going to be done by us. So you better start saving your damn pennies. I'll take pennies. You can send me a big penny bank full of pennies.
Umar Johnson's sense of entitlement and generally negative disposition towards FDMG donors and towards Black parents will become more apparent as we progress through the Umar Johnson timeline.
Just real quick, is there any, what location is going to be?
Location.
I seen one of the videos you said that could be potentially be in San Bernardino. Like, that's my area, dude.
It can be anywhere.
Okay.
I'm not going to choose the location to the last minute because I'm still studying. I got to study certain things. I got to study parents who are going to be ready to put their kids in the school and also pay, okay? But I am trying to get the school 100% subsidized by the rich Blacks.
Umar Johnson is literally making things up as he goes along. While this pattern of behavior extends beyond FDMG, it is important to recognize that this improvisational approach to FDMG is a clear indicator that Umar Johnson never had a clear plan with respects to opening a fully functional accredited school.
But I am trying to get the school 100% subsidized by the rich Blacks, so that way the kids ain't got to pay. You know why? Because some of y'all who kids are really going to need my school, you ain't going to value their education enough to pay.
Umar Johnson's general disposition towards Black parents is extremely negative and can be observed in many of his videos.
Y'all know what I'm talking about. The kids who really need it will be the last ones in line because the parents ain't putting that money out. They got shoes and clothes to buy.
It is not uncommon for Umar Johnson to attempt to correct his disrespect of Black parents. However, the fact that he speaks to Black parents with such disrespect in the first place is indicative of a negative disposition towards Black people in general.
So I'm trying to get Tyler Perry and Oprah and some of y'all in here who retired and y'all making nice little money. You might say, oh, my grandkids is grown, but Dr. Umar, your tuition is $500 a month. I want to sponsor one child's education. I'm going to pay you $500 a month for 12 years.
$500 a month for 12 years would be $72,000. Hypothetically speaking, if the school year was only 8 months long, then 12 years of tuition would be $48,000.
And that young man is going to be my young protege. He's going to write when you call, you will have a program where you come and you meet with the young person whose education you sponsor.
Umar Johnson is literally making things up as he goes along.
That means everybody can help, even if you ain't got no children. Some of y'all got some good money in your family. Y'all need to pay for like a whole classroom. When I go to Oprah and Tyler Perry, I wouldn't handle one damn kid. Y'all better pay for a whole grade of kids. But if the school comes off the way I want it to come off, and I believe the ancestors are behind me on this, it's going to be something nobody's ever seen. And I'm not knocking none of the Afrocentric schools. I'm not knocking nobody. But as somebody who's been in most of them around the world, I really ain't seen that school that our kids need, y'all. I ain't seen it. And so it's my responsibility to build it, and that I will do.
While in Atlanta, Georgia, Umar Johnson took to the stage in January of 2014 and stated the following.
So the school is coming. I know I have naysayers.
It's coming.
I have some in Atlanta.
Oh, it's coming.
I have some in other cities.
Trust.
Who say we think he's bluffing. He ain't building no school. He just talking like the rest of them do. Okay. Well, just sit back and watch. Give me about 12 to 16 months, and let's see how much Dr. Umar Johnson is bluffing, damn it.
For the record, 12 to 16 months would mean that the grand opening of FDMG would be between January and July of 2015. We can add that FDMG grand opening change to the list. It is important to note that by January of 2014, Umar Johnson was facing increased criticism from the Black community concerning delays associated with FDMG. Umar Johnson responded to his critics stating,
give me about 12 to 16 months, and let's see how much Dr. Umar Johnson is bluffing, damn it. I don't play games. That's one thing I don't do. You understand? I got the blood of Frederick Douglass in my damn body. I ain't playing no games. I know what my ancestors sent me here to do, and I'm going to do it. It ain't no mistake that I got 6 degrees and still got my damn pants sagging. I'm still swagging, and I got all the degrees at a white university. You ain't never seen nobody come like me in front of your ass with the truth, with a white man's education, but still loving his black woman to death. You ain't never seen it. You don't question me and what the hell I do. Who helping your kids like me? Who keeping them out of special ed like me? Who keeping them off of ADHD like me? Who testing them? Who making them mentally gifted? Who at the prison? Who at the court? Who working with the lawyers? Don't nobody back up what the hell they say like me. Don't you ever question my ass again.
In an interview uploaded to YouTube in January of 2014, Umar Johnson gave the following update.
My goal is to build a Pan-African school district. The Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy for Black Boys. And the Anna Douglas and Amy Jakes Garvey RBG Leadership Academy for Black Girls.
On March 26, 2014, Umar Johnson posted the following message on his Facebook page. Aerial view of preliminary Heaven on Earth Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy 500-acre campus encircled by FDMG River in the shape of Mother Africa. Ancestors Park in the center of the campus, dormitories, airfield, athletic facilities, farm, state-of-the-art music and theater production studio, greenhouse, zoo, community center, separate building for all 33 trade areas, and much more. Included with this Facebook post was an image of the aerial view of the 500-acre FDMG campus compound. The 500-acre compound included a security booth, a campus security center, a welcome center, 7 massive dormitory buildings, including visitor rooms, an elementary school, a middle school, a marine science building, a science and technology building, a hospital, a health center, an engineering and architectural building, a zoo, farmland area, agricultural building, animal study building, farming equipment building, special arts building, a store, a culinary arts building, a business center and union building, a track and field facility, a baseball stadium, a political government building, an aviation and NASA building, a military building, an air traffic control tower, 2 aircraft bays, an airport runway, a man-made river shaped like Africa surrounding the 500-acre campus compound, and much, much more. This is easily a billion-dollar project, and it is incredible that Umar Johnson conceptualized such a grandiose project without any money to start the process of building such a massive compound. In April of 2014, Umar Johnson began collecting donations to purchase the St. Paul's College in Lawrenceville, Virginia. By May of 2014, Umar Johnson had produced the following video.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Umar Johnson, and I am a school psychologist and doctor of clinical psychology. In addition to that, I hold degrees in political science and education. I am here at the historic St. Paul's College. This beautiful campus, 135 acres of which I hope to make the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for African Children. This college, St. Paul's, was opened on September the 24th, 1888 by a contemporary of the great Booker T. Washington. That great ancestor's name was James Solomon Russell. Father Russell opened this college with less than a dozen students. And by the time it reached its zenith, St. Paul's College owned more than 1,000 acres of land and housed more than 1,000 African children. But unfortunately, last summer, June of 2013, the board of directors of this college graduated the last class of students from St. Paul's College. I'm hoping that you will help me keep this college in the hands of the African American community. I have a plan for this campus. I want to turn this campus into the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy.
On May 30th, 2014, Umar Johnson explained why he was trying to purchase St. Paul's College.
St. Paul's, a lot of it had to do with availability, location, feasibility, and costs. For example, Morris Brown College was just sold to the city of Atlanta for about $14 million. That's a pretty price versus what St. Paul's is looking for, which is in the low millions. Also, there's other historically black colleges that may soon, unfortunately, come up for sale as well, but they're not at the selling stage. And because I want my school to be residential, I was looking for a place that had the dormitories as well as the athletic facilities, as well as the academic facilities. And St. Paul's being in Virginia on the Eastern Seaboard, not too far from Maryland, Pennsylvania, Delaware, not too far from North Carolina, South Carolina, it was just the perfect location The size is doable, manageable, small but large enough to make happen what we need to see happen for our young men. So it would be the perfect place for a lot of reasons.
He later encouraged people to donate.
I'm hoping that members of our community, the African and African American community, will help me by supporting to the fundraiser that they go to Dr. Umar Johnson School.com, DRUMAR Johnson School.com. Click on the PayPal link and donate as much as you can. And don't donate once, come back 2 and 3 times. And I also ask that you donate what you're able to give. Don't give me $20 if you're giving the gas station $100. Don't give me $10 if you're giving your hairdresser, your cosmetologist, $300 a week, but you're only going to give me $20 for our boys.
Again, Umar Johnson has a sense of personal entitlement when it comes to FDMG donation money.
So I'm asking people to give what they're able to give. If you can only give $10, I accept that humbly as the best you can do, and I will value that donation as much as I would a much larger donation. But if you're going to give me something that is beneath what you're able to do, then that's kind of disrespectful, and that's an insult for what we're trying to do. There's a war against black boys, and I'm at the forefront of trying to reverse it. We have a lot of scholars who talk. They talk about it, but they're not doing anything. Dr. Umar Johnson is trying to do something about that war by giving our children a heaven on earth and a home away from the home. The Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG Academy.
On June 7, 2014, Umar Johnson posted the following message: FDMG Future Redemption Campus Dormitory Photos, Aerial, Vertical, and Lobby Photos. This is the long-term facility transformation plan after we acquire St. Paul's College, as we will eventually need more dorm space than currently available. Please make a donation today. The message also included renderings of massive dormitory buildings and lobby. These dormitory buildings appear to be the same buildings located within the massive 500-acre FDMG campus compound that Umar Johnson showed on June 7, 2014. It must also be mentioned that Umar Johnson ultimately conceptualized an FDMG city.
They sold 300 acres of the farmland without me even knowing it. And I wanted to use that so we can manufacture a Black Wall Street situation. Because the way I saw it, all the parents of the children would build houses there. All the teachers would build houses there. And if you got all of y'all, let's say y'all the staff and parents of the school, y'all all living on this 500 acres that we developed, we're going to need a gas station that's a business for somebody. We're going to need a supermarket that's a business for somebody. We're going to need a daycare. We're going to need a cleaners. Sooner or later, we're going to need a fire department, and we're going to need a police department, which means at some point we would have to do what? Incorporate into our own city. Are y'all following me?
Yes, sir.
On June 20th, 2014, Umar Johnson was interviewed about the FDMG crowdfunding campaign and gave the following grand opening date.
If I acquired a college in August, we should be ready with a couple of grades that we can start in next August of 2015. We won't be able to have the college fully operable from pre-K to 12, which is my vision, pre-K to 12 elementary school, but we will be able to start somewhere between 4th and the 7th grade. I'm confident of that. If we get that campus this summer, we will be open next summer with a couple of grades operating. I can guarantee that.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to August of 2015. At the end of 2015, Umar Johnson spoke in Detroit, Michigan.
I'm coming back to Detroit in January to walk through some of the public schools that the city has.
It must be noted that part of Umar Johnson's crowdfunding strategy was to go to different cities across the United States and tell people that he was looking for a school location in their city. By doing this, he was able to maximize donations received from his audience. In other words, people in attendance were more inclined to donate to Umar Johnson if he told them that he was looking for a school location in their city. More on this later.
You all have helped me raise over $500,000 for the FDMG.
In this December of 2015 video, Umar Johnson clearly stated that he raised over $500,000 for FDMG. This would mean that between the spring of 2014 and the end of 2015, Umar Johnson raised over $500,000. Stated another way, Umar Johnson raised $500,000 in 1.5 years.
You all have helped me raise over $500,000 for
for the FDMG. I can't keep waiting to get the $2 million. So we can buy one of these schools in Detroit. One of the bigger ones. I don't need the small one. I need some size and some land around it. I heard about a Robertson High School. I heard about a Cooley High School. And I heard about some other high schools that got land and football fields and tracks around it. If I can get one of them from the city at a reasonable price and get it rehab at a reasonable price, I don't see why we can't start school in September of 2016.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to September of 2016. During an interview in May of 2016, Umar Johnson gave the following update.
And please make your donations to the Fred Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. And you can do that two ways. GoFundMe.com/Dr. Umar. Again, GoFundMe.com/DRUMAR. Or you can mail it in, payable to FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 6872, Philadelphia, 19132. And if you want to work at the school, I know we're about 2 years away, but if you want to work at the school, send me your resume, please.
This video was recorded in May of 2016. Umar Johnson stating that the school was 2 years away means that the grand opening would take place around May of 2018. For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to around May of 2018. While speaking in St. Petersburg, Florida in 2016, Umar Johnson said the following.
When the school opens, God willing, in the next year or two. When the school opens, God willing, in the next year or two.
This video was recorded in 2016. Therefore, when Umar Johnson stated that FDMG will open within the next year or two, he is stating that the FDMG grand opening date will be in 2017 or 2018.
FDMG will be purchased in 2017, and the first day of school will be August the 21st of 2018. That's the first day. Mark your calendar. I promise you, August the 21st, 2018, we are opening the doors to FDMG Academy.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to August 21st, 2018. This date was restated in 2016 and in 2017.
Brothers and sisters, I've made up my mind. The first day of school will be August the 21st, 2018.
How close do you think it is to you getting to school?
Well, we've already set an opening date. We've decided that August the 21st, 2018, which is the anniversary of the Nat Turner War. That's when the school will be open. The solution is independent African schools. The solution is the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy, a.k.a. Heaven on Earth, a.k.a. 82118. That's the solution.
On July 7, 2017, Umar Johnson was interviewed by Roland Martin.
You talked about taking over the buildings or the land of a black school that was shut down.
Yes, sir.
HBCU
St. Paul's
campus.
College.
And you were raising money for it. First of all, how much money has been raised, and what's the status of that project?
Well, St. Paul's has been sold. Approximately 3 to 5 months ago, I was told by the auction company in charge of the sale that it was been sold to a developer.
So how much money was raised? What the people gave? All kinds of people gave. How much was raised, and what's the status of that?
$700,000, and the status is we're still looking for a school, and the status is my start date for FDMG will be 8/21/18, or if at all, it may be delayed to 8/21/19.
For the record, Umar Johnson stated that the FDMG grand opening date could be changed to August 21st, 2019. On October 12, 2017, Umar Johnson was interviewed by Mike Nice.
When can my viewers, my listeners, and your supporters be expecting your school? What year? What's the time frame?
Okay.
If you had...
Again, another question that I've answered.
Yep.
50
I know you
times.
said in August of 2018, if not August in 2018, the following year of 2019.
You already have your answer.
Right. So what are the chances you're going to get that, though? Have your own school by those in the next couple of years? Is 100 like is 100%, 90%? Okay.
That the school will be up on August 21st, 2019.
Okay.
And if there was a delay, and I don't see why there should be, then so be it. No one who supports me and my work would care about that at all.
But eventually you do want the school, whether it is in 2 years or it's 5 years.
Well, if I didn't want the school soon,
brother, can we put your mic up this? I'm sorry. Continue.
If I didn't want the school soon, I wouldn't have a date for it already. Okay. So I think that's the answer to that question is self-explanatory.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to August 21st, 2019. On February 9, 2019, Umar Johnson spent a portion of the FDMG donation money and purchased abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. In his school announcement video, Umar stated the following.
We celebrate 100 years of the red, black, and green flag, August of 2020. August of 1920, that's when the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey chose the red, black, and green. August of 2020, the red, black, and green flag turns 100 years old. That's when we're going to open the school. That's when we're going to open the school.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to August 21st, 2020. On December 13, 2019, Umar Johnson appeared on The Breakfast Club and said the following.
Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, God willing, we hope to be operational, if not by this summer, definitely by next.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to the summer of 2021.
I have to be watching people, watching things. Just some of the incidents over the past couple of days at FDMG has made it clear to me I'm going to have to be more hands-on with the renovation process of the Marcus Garvey Academy than I originally thought. So there will be no 4th grade class. We're just going to wait for the real school next fall, God willing. Fall of 2021, that's what we're aiming for. Fall of 2021, that's what we're aiming for. 82121, 2121, that's what we're looking at. 82121.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to the fall of 2021.
Okay, when I get back to Philadelphia, the electric system should be totally completed in the FDMG Academy School and the Nat Turner Gymnasium. I can't wait to walk into the gymnasium, brothers and sisters. I want to see what the Nat Turner Gymnasium looks like with all the lights on, all lit up. But again, I just wanted to come and say Happy New Year's. Let's make this a revolutionary new year, a progressive new year. Let's get the school finished, brothers and sisters. I want to have a grand opening block party, first annual Unapologetically African Family First Festival on Ifa Tunde Avenue, Dr. Papa Boulevard. And we want to do that this summer.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date back to the summer of 2021.
But we are in a good place right now. We have the HVAC technician that we need. We believe we found the right person. We believe we found the right plumber that we need. And so we're hoping to have the entire campus renovated by the end of this summer.
And the school will then be opened for the fall of 2021?
No, sir. We're looking to open up the school the fall of 2022. If we are fortunate enough to conclude renovations on the Marcus Garvey building and Nat Turner Gymnasium this summer, we look to open up the school next summer. So that would give us 12 months of leeway to comfortably make sure we have everything in place to receive our young men, not this coming fall, but the following fall of 2022.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to the fall of 2022.
Hit the Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit the PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit the PayPal.
Yes. How can I help you, young lady? How you doing there, beautiful?
I've been waiting for you to open a school for my son for like 3 years.
We working on it. It'll be 3 years in February, but we real close. If all goes well, that gymnasium you see right there will be ready, hopefully, by the end of Black History Month. The school should be ready no later than our next festival, which is going to be September 10th.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to September 10th, 2022.
Was you here for the last festival? Well, you got to be here for the next one. Got to be here for the next one, September 10th. And I'm just giving it more time than that. I think we can beat September 10th, but that's when we'll probably unveil the school to the community. So if we're ready by next fall, I don't think we start in school to the following fall, though.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to the fall of 2023.
For your son to attend the school, I want you to know that we're working on the
a virtual platform that will allow your son to tap right into the classroom at 8 o'clock in the morning and see his teacher and see his classmates no matter where he lives at in the world. If all goes well, brothers and sisters, the last Saturday of February will be the grand opening, the community grand opening at the school. So please put that on your calendar. It's not 99% etched in stone yet, but as we're sitting now, the electric work is done, the plumbing work is done, the HVAC is up and running, we just need controls. I don't see why we won't be up and running for that grand opening the last Saturday of February.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to February of 2023.
Today I am proud to let you know that the first school in American history, built exclusively with the African dollar, will be ready and will be open this Kwanzaa of 2023.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to December of 2023. In August of 2023, Umar Johnson stated the following.
If we don't have it ready for Kwanzaa, we're looking at Dr. King's birthday. If we don't do the grand opening during Kwanzaa, and if we don't do the grand opening at Dr. King's birthday, we're going to do the grand opening of the FDMG campus, your school, my school, and our school, the first Saturday of Black History Month. We will not go past the first Saturday in Black History Month. In fact, we might got to do 28 events in 28 days. We might got to have a 28-day grand opening of the FDMG Academy, Black History Month. It's King Kong, brothers and sisters.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to January of 2024 and February of 2024. In June of 2024, Umar Johnson spoke in New Orleans and stated the following.
But let me tell you what I'm working on. And I don't like to put all my plans out there because at least 5 of you are coons who only hit a snitching. But listen, I'm not just building that school in Delaware just to educate the children. It's the face of my movement because it's the most non-threatening thing, a school. But once that school is up and running, and should be in a matter of months.
A matter of months could mean that the FDMG grand opening will be sometime in 2024 or sometime in 2025. For the record, Umar Johnson changed the grand opening date to sometime in 2024 or sometime in 2025. In June of 2024, Umar Johnson stated the following.
I want the food already growing when the children start school next August. Not this August, next August.
Next August would be August of 2025. For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to August of 2025.
Peace and love, brother. How you doing? All right, man. Good to see you, brother.
It's going to be open.
Real soon, brother. We hoping to be open by the end of the year.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to the end of 2024.
How we doing, black man?
Hey, man, you be catching a lot of rhetoric, man. What's up with the school,
I'm
man?
all right. We pushing. We almost there.
Everything?
Everything.
You recording a video right now?
Yeah, unless you want me to take you off.
Nah, you good. You good.
All right.
You good.
What you got to say to the people? You live on my IG.
We live, man. We live on Dr. Umar G, man. We just riding through. You really out here, man. I just want to ask you what's up with the process and what's going on with the Marcus Garvey Academy.
We almost there, bro. We got some floors and some walls to paint.
And that's it?
And that's it.
And it's up.
And then it's up. Well, we got to apply to the city and see if we get our certificate. You feel me? As long as they approve us, we're going to be up. Then we're going to come over here and start on the high school. You feel me? So we almost there. God willing, if all work out, we might have a grand opening Black History Month, February.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to February of 2025.
Let's start growing crops on campus right now. If you serious, text my phone. We're going to have a Zoom, and then we're going to get busy. I want you to bring your seed, where we got to get the fertilizer, what tools we need from Home Depot. Is there a farmer's market to get everything we need? We are ready to start growing this summer. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. 215-989. I want the food already growing when the children start school next August. Not this August, next August.
For the record, Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date to August of 2025. In this next clip,
Umar Johnson is asked about when the school will open. The phone camera is blocked, but the audio is clear.
She did one of these. Just to go up there and rap with her. I start that.
We got to do the floor. Once we do the floor, we want to apply for the certificate of occupancy.
Okay, good.
And if they pass us, we good. If all goes well, we're going to have a grand opening in September.
Okay, and because the
Grand opening in September for the community.
Yeah.
We're going to start with the kids 1 year.
Yeah.
For the record, Umar Johnson stated that the grand opening for the community would be in September of 2025. Umar Johnson then states that he would start with the children 1 year. Umar Johnson does not finish that sentence, but it is fair to assume that Umar Johnson was going to say that he would start with the children 1 year later. 1 year later would be September of 2026. Over the last 16 years, Umar Johnson has changed the FDMG grand opening date at least 28 times. The question is, why? Why would Umar Johnson change the grand opening date so many times? The answer to this question is both simple and diabolical. Understand that Umar Johnson has no intention of opening a fully functional, accredited school. His intention is to keep deceiving his supporters while collecting donations indefinitely.
All right, and there you have it. Okay, I think that's as succinct as it could possibly be. And I want to mention, too, that there's other dates that Umar Johnson stated, too. I just don't have it in the documentary yet. This is really still in rough draft format. But I think it's important, especially for you Umar Johnson supporters. Let me be clear about something. Nothing that is stated in that segment of the documentary is speculation. Okay? Nothing that I say there is me saying I believe or I think or maybe. No, these are Umar Johnson's own words. In other words, I'm not here to spin a narrative about Umar or to make it seem like he's saying something that he's not. See, my approach to this is to be fair with Umar and approach this with integrity. So I'm not going to misrepresent facts. And so what you just watched, all of this is factual, coming directly from Umar Johnson's own mouth. The answer to this question, too, I don't even remember how many it was. How many times did he change the grand opening date? Let me pull this up again. I didn't even take the time to. Here it is right here. Yeah, so if we look at this, 1, 2, 3, well, that's 2 right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. And then there's one more that's not there on that list, but it appears if I push play. So it's roughly 29 times. It's more than that. I can state that it's more than 30 times. And that in and of itself is damning because it shows that it shows quite a few things. One, that Umar Johnson, he had no intention of opening up a school. He wanted people's money. That's why if you guys listen early on, all he's talking about is money. It's always about money. He didn't talk about a plan. He still doesn't have a plan in 2026. He doesn't talk about who's on the board of directors. There is no board of directors, just Umar. He doesn't talk about what the curriculum is going to be. He throws stuff out there. You know, we'll teach the boys how to float ships and fly airplanes. We have an aeronautics, whatever he said, academy. He never had a plan. It also shows that Umar, he doesn't get things done because you would think that by now in 2026, he would have a board of directors. He would have a curriculum, that he has a fully functional school. Mind you, Umar already stated that the school was not going to be accredited. So what's the point? You also have him on record saying it's going to cost $500 a month for parents to pay in order for their children to attend. In an impoverished community where, what is it, about 3 or 4 blocks over, 4 or 5 blocks over from where these abandoned buildings are located, they just built a new STEM academy, and it's free for children to attend there. It's a public school. So I just want to be clear about this. This video and what is outlined here, this is all fact-based. It's not speculation. It's not me saying I think or I believe or maybe. No. This is all fact-based. It's very specific. It's very succinct. And what's really, really crazy about this is that there's more grand opening dates that Umar Johnson has given. Those are just the ones that I've been able to pull from my research so far. And I have a lot more to go, right? Okay, I want to thank everyone so much for tuning on in. I do want to take maybe about 30 minutes to answer any questions. And then also there are some comments that people left, really good comments that people left yesterday and the day before that I actually put down in my Word document. And I want to take some time to read those to people because I think it's really, really important. The poll question too, by the way, how many times has Umar Johnson changed the FDMG grand opening date? 9% said 5 times, 14% said 10 times, 17% said 15 times, 60% said more than 20 times. And the answer is more than 20 times. He's changed the grand opening date. It's actually closer to 30. I would propose that it's more than 30. All right. So let me go ahead and close out that poll. All right. I hope you guys are enjoying these segments. Again, members have seen more of the documentary that I've been working on. Right now, I'm in 2011. I actually started on the next segment today, 2011. I'm getting into Umar. There's 3 major life events that take place. He has his second child. Number 2, he leaves Islam, and this is when he begins to study Ifa. Matter of fact, before I do that, and then the third thing is that Umar appears in Hidden Colors, Tariq Nasheed's Hidden Colors. And so that's what I'm working on, the Hidden Colors part right now. Okay, it's going to come back later on in the timeline when they have their fallout, Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson. But right now I'm in 2011. I want to say something too. I made an error. Like I said, I don't want to misrepresent the facts. And I think I just got confused on something. Or it may be that Umar Johnson in a video, he stated that he left Islam in 2001, but I have him saying 2011 as well. So either he said both, and maybe he was in error for the 2001, or I just misinterpreted what he said, and I said 2001. I will make sure in the documentary it's clear that it's 2011 when Umar leaves Islam. This is why it's really important for people to understand something that's very important about Umar. Back in the day, Umar, he was not Afrocentric, if people know what I'm talking about. What I mean by that is he didn't get into the whole dashiki thing and the Kufis until relatively later on, right? That's why when you see him early on, you see him he'll be in suit and ties oftentimes. He'll be dressed like a nerd type, as if he's a school psychologist, right? Even in the video from 2014, the update video where he's giving updates on how much money he's collected in donations for the St. Paul's school scam. I actually showed a clip in this particular. He had on the glasses, he had on the blue suit. If you look at his attire, that was more in line with where Umar, in terms of what he was presenting, how he was presenting himself as if he was a professional, as if he was this great school psychologist. Again, Umar, he did not work consistently. He worked consistently as a school psychologist from 2001 through 2005, going into 2006. And then he works intermittently. He starts working as a principal for a couple of months, and then he goes back into, then he starts working in charter school systems on contract. See, contract based is very much different than working in the school district where you have a job and you know where you're going to be. No, it's contract based. So he's ultimately what he is he's a traveling school psychologist. That's why by the time we get to 2011 and Tariq Nasheed interviews Umar, Tariq Nasheed talks about how Umar, his quote unquote office, is in a storage unit. Well, what's the point? Well, the point is that Umar was not consistently working as a school psychologist after 2006 and didn't even have his own office. I'm talking about a professional office. Now, why is this relevant? This is relevant because Umar, he presented as a school psychologist, even though he wasn't a functional school psychologist. In fact, after 2006, he's not working consistently to any capacity consistently. Okay, but he does land a job as a school principal for a couple of months. He also lands jobs contract based as a school psychologist, right here and there, right? But by the time we get to 2010, 2011, Umar, he abandons his career aspirations, and that's when he goes full force into the Black conscious community speaking, and then starts to travel. And in fact, inside the documentary, the segment I'm working on now, on the Nick Cannon show, Umar actually talks about that, how he had to make a decision to give up his career as a school psychologist, even though it was minimal at best. And then he, from that point on to present, Umar has not worked consistently at all, and he's been living off of Black people ever since. See? So the reason why this is important is it correlates to what Tariq Nasheed talks about when he goes to interview Umar. That interview would have taken place sometime either in 2010 or early 2011, because the film comes out, I think it's in April of 2011, if memory serves me correctly. Okay? I'm talking about Hidden Colors 1. Well, that coincides, him, Tariq Nasheed, going to see Umar or going to interview Umar, and he's inside. And Tariq also talked about how it was filthy. It wasn't a professional office; it was a storage unit, and that there were all kinds of shit all over the place. Well, where have we seen that before? See, Umar, he didn't even have a plan to keep his own life in order, and to be functional in society, and to be functional in life, let alone to open up this grandiose idea of this massive complex. What did he say? 300 or what did he say? 300 acres or 500 acres, whatever he said. This massive compound in the shape of Africa, with the river, man-made river surrounding it, with all these NASA buildings and an airstrip for airplanes, a baseball diamond, and the list goes to two schools. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He didn't even have a job at the time. You know what I'm saying? And no money, because if you look at his financials, he's already struggling by that time. I've done all the research into this. So I just want to be clear about something. It's fascinating in terms of Umar and how he presented himself. Listen, all of the so-called African attire, that comes much later on. See, because Umar, he was still a practicing Muslim. And then it's not until 2011 that he leaves Islam, based on what he says. I also thought he said 2001 one time, but he lies a lot. By 2011, he leaves Islam, and then he starts to study Ifa. Well, guess what? That's when you, and not that we didn't see Umar, and I'm talking about in videos, in pictures. It's not that we didn't see Umar and dashikis prior to that. I just want to be clear that Umar wearing dashikis back in the day, those dashikis was more in line with what you see in North Africa, wherein individuals are practicing Islam. It's not until Umar goes on this excursion, getting into Ifa, where then he starts to get more into the quote unquote African stuff. I'm saying that just to say it that way. Don't get it twisted. That you start to see him now. He starts to represent as this so-called African-American Pan Africanist leader who's wearing these dashikis and the kufis and all this type of thing. Now, he wore them before. Well, I just want to be clear about something. Umar coming into this notion, an idea of being an African and Afrocentric and all this stuff relatively later on in the Umar Johnson saga. All right. Let me he didn't have no office. Tariq Nasheed and I was working on the segment today. Tariq Nasheed said it was a storage unit, and it was filthy in there. Right. Okay, let me do this. We still got about 940 people in the building. If you enjoyed the show so far, we won't be here too much longer. If you can hit that like button, I'd appreciate it. Okay. I want to read. There was one super chat. So, let's see. Elber became a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And then there was a super chat that came through as well. And then I had bookmarked some of these questions. And then I have a list of questions that I want to get to. Not questions, but comments that from these past couple of videos that I want to get into. Girls, Cake, and Cookies said, just found out if you go to Google Maps and Street View, the school, meaning these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, you can see all the way from 2020 to 2008. Yes, and I'm aware of that. In fact, in the last segment of the documentary, I talk about the Moyer Academy how initially it opened. When it opened, it was inside of these modulars. But then what ends up happening is that the buildings that we know nowadays as Umar Johnson's FDMG bandos, those buildings were renovated because prior to that they were owned by owned by a chemical manufacturing munitions company called Hercules Inc. And so what they end up doing is they renovate that larger building. That's the one that was associated with that business. And then on the other side of the street, they renovated those buildings too. In fact, that's what you'll see. I think that's from 2008. And so let me tell y'all something, because I was in my research, I was confused, and I was wondering, why is it that in the research it is showed that the Moyer Academy opens in 2006, but then in the research it shows that it opens in 2008. Okay. Now, Moyer Academy does close down and then reopens as a new J Moyer, a new Moyer Academy, but that's not what I'm referring to. But the reason why is because when it initially opened, it wasn't at that particular address, meaning where these trap vandals are now in Wilmington, Delaware. And I believe that it's not until 2008 that they actually move into those buildings. And that's why if you go and you look at the photos from Google Maps of that area in 2008, you'll see that they're doing renovations. In fact, I'll pull it up. I'll show you what I mean. Yeah, it'll only take a second. I think it's this one. Yeah, I think this is it. Let me see. Maybe this isn't it. I can't remember. Was this the last? It was the last segment, right? Of the documentary that I shared. I thought it was the last segment, but I'm not seeing it in here. Maybe this is the wrong video. Yeah, let me check. Let me check one other thing here. Okay, foreshadowing. No, that's not it either. Okay, let me do this. I want to play this for you. Let me play this. This is another segment from the documentary. I'll just play this just so I can go find this other video. I'll be right back.
Origins. Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson was born on August 21st, 1974.
I'll be right back.
His original name was Jermaine Shoemake, named after Jermaine Jackson of the Jackson 5.
And so I'm here in front of the house where the Jacksons live. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Ruby Jackson, Tito, Marlon, Jermaine, who I was named after, by the way. My mother named me after Jermaine Jackson because my mother was a Jermaine Jackson fan back home in North Philly.
At the time of his birth, Umar's mother, Barbara Shoemake, was 16 years old. His father, Jamal A. Abdullah Johnson, was 17 years old. Jamal Johnson also had a daughter that was born when he was in middle school. An article written by Layla A. Jones of BillyPen.com dated March 16, 2021 states that Jamal Johnson had his first child when he was a middle school student, too young to work legally. He lied about his age and worked 2 jobs to support his baby. In 1975, Jamal Johnson turned 18 years old and enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. His basic training took place at Boot Camp A, 1007, Paris Island, South Carolina. He would go on to have a successful military career, starting as an automotive maintenance technician and retiring as a respected drill sergeant. Jamal Johnson's military history is important to consider for 2 main reasons. First, Jamal Johnson had numerous deployments that necessitated extensive travel. This travel disrupted his ability to be consistently present in Umar Johnson's life.
Okay, I found the video. It's fascinating, Umar's story, and this documentary is not about Jamal, but Jamal's relevant, and he's within the scope because he's a bugaboo. Just to be honest with you, he sent me so many messages over the years, and just weird messages, posting comments on my YouTube page, sending me messages in my DMs on Facebook. I'm not even really on Facebook. And in particular, I have a serious issue with when he came out to speak out against Umar. And I'm Umar's biggest critic. Okay, no one's researched Umar more than I have. No one spent as much time as I have covering Umar. It's not even close. And I'm not saying that to be arrogant. I'm saying a statement of fact. And more importantly, I'm saying that because as a father, you should have more sense than to go at your own son on social media, especially if you're a deadbeat in the first place. I take big issue with Jamal for him doing that. And I'm saying that also to say that I'm not a defender of Umar. Like I said, I'm his biggest critic. But right is right and wrong is wrong. Okay, Umar's wrong. Trust me, I know. But his daddy was wrong to come out and speak out against his own son when his daddy wasn't present in Umar's life like he should have been in the first place. Right? So that's why in the documentary, yeah, I will be speaking on Jamal Johnson because it had a major impact on Umar Johnson's early childhood development. His absence and decisions that he made and his treatment of Umar had a major impact on Umar's childhood development. And then there's videos where Jamal is talking about how it's the conscious community created this monster, his own son. He doesn't take any accountability as an absentee father and a deadbeat. See, it'd be different if you were present and your son goes astray or your daughter goes astray. That's different because that happens. But if you weren't present, and then when your child comes of age and starts to get some acclaim, start to get some a following on social media and get some celebrity, then you want to come in and chastise and criticize. Again, I'm Umar's biggest critic, but right is right and wrong is wrong. So Jamal Johnson, again, I only take like maybe 10 minutes, a little bit more than 10 minutes to discuss Jamal Johnson. And then I will bring him back up later on in the documentary when he has this, this back and forth with Umar. And this comes later. But the point is that he should have never done that in the first place. Okay. Shouldn't have done it. All right. But the point is that this documentary is not about Jamal. It's not. But Jamal is relevant only, he's relevant only to the degree to which he impacted Umar's childhood early development. And then secondarily, he's relevant when it comes to him coming out to speak against Umar Johnson, his own son, on social media. All right. All right. So this is the video that I was referring to, dealing with the images that you'll find of the Moyer Academy. So let me go to the segment here.
Chapter 8. Maurice J. Moyer Academy opens.
Yeah, I'll just play the segment. It's short. All right. This is the most recent segment of the documentary. I'll play just the first part. The total segment, it's 44 minutes altogether, but we only need to get to like the first 3 minutes. There it is right there. Okay, let me play this. Here we go.
Chapter 8. Maurice J. Moyer Academy opens. Rough draft. Reverend Maurice J. Moyer was born on August 8, 1918 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. From 1960 through 1964, he served as president of the Wilmington, Delaware branch of the NAACP. He also marched with Martin Luther King, Jr. He founded the first Black Presbyterian church in Delaware and served as the church's pastor for 46 years. In August 2006, the Maurice J. Moyer Academy opened in Wilmington, Delaware.
The Maurice J. Moyer Academy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to mention, notice how it's 2006. And for me, I just kept running into this issue because I'm big on timelines. I was like, why is some place says 2006, other places says 2008? The reason why is because initially it opens in 2006 and it's not like in an actual school. It's in these modular classrooms. And I'll show that here.
It's named after Reverend Moyer, who founded Community Presbyterian Church in the late 50s, of course. Very prominent civil rights leader in the 60s. We chose Reverend Moyer, given the fact that our theme of the school is health, science, and technology. Reverend Moyer being a pastor, therefore he's a healer. We thought it would be fitting to name the school after him. Also, Reverend Moyer, as he grew his congregation over the years, was very much involved in the community with children. With that, we have a school that the configuration would be 6th through 12th grade. We're starting with 6th, 7th, and 9th grade this year. Next grade, we're at 8th and 10th.
Yeah, even that right there, Umar, he sources his idea about how they're going to start with the FDMG in Wilmington, Delaware. Anyone understand what I'm talking about here? Because Umar doesn't say we're going to start with kindergarten and first. What he says is we're going to start with, he changes it, but he says 4th and 5th grade, and then we're going to expand out. Okay, that's a derivative of what this brother right here is saying about how the Moyer Academy was going to start. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Hit the one. So it's fascinating. There's a lot that I've seen in my research with Umar where he's sourcing other people's ideas. Joanna Kunjufu, as an example, where a lot of Umar's early rhetoric is sourced directly from. Do I have the book up here? that source directly from this series of books, The Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys. And there's a series of these books. It's also sourced from lectures. You can still find them online. They were recorded on VHS. You can still find them online. And Umar claims a lot of that rhetoric as his own. I'll talk about that in this segment of the documentary. Another example would be with Dr. Joy DeGruy. She has her seminal work is, and I know I'm gonna mess it up. Okay, I see all the ones in here. Dr. Joy DeGruy. Yeah, she's highly intelligent. She's fine too, but she highly not to be like that. But I just have to apologize. She highly intelligent. Her seminal work is post-traumatic slave syndrome. Well, Umar, what he does is he comes up with post-traumatic slavery disease. You know what I'm saying? And then he has the post-traumatic relationship disorder. You know, so he just takes from other people, and then he puts presentations, you know, using other people's. So he's done that with Dr. Joy DeGruy. He's done that with Joanna Kunjuku, rest in peace. Another example, and I haven't put this in a documentary yet, but Umar, he spoke at this event back in 2005. It's the event where Umar looks slim, right? It took me a long time to figure out what year this was, but I figured it out because this is the earliest video that I've been able to find of Umar speaking, and this is the video right here.
Umar Abdullah, and I'm a member of the organization founded by the Right Excellent Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the Universal Negro Improvement Association. I belong to the Philadelphia division. By trade, I'm a school psychologist. And in the city of Philadelphia, I'm the youngest of only 4 black male school psychologists, although Philadelphia is the 5th largest school district in the city.
At this time, Umar was working as a school psychologist. This was towards the tail end in terms of the Philadelphia school district.
America, I'm sorry. I actually happen to be a relative of that man hanging on the wall, Frederick Douglass.
Okay, and that's not true. His father, Jamal, already came out and explained that there's no blood relationship, there's no genetic relationship whatsoever based on DNA. Right? They're not related at all. And Jamal Johnson is the person who told Umar Johnson that lie when Umar Johnson was 8 years old. I think it was 8. Here we go.
Whose real name was Frederick Bailey, but he changed it to Douglas when he escaped to slavery, which is my family's name. He's actually a blood cousin. But I just want to give you some information.
No, there is no blood relationship whatsoever based upon the DNA evidence. Right? His daddy did a whole video on that. He has a post on it. He took the video down. I still have the post. I can pull that up and show that to you guys too. It's in the documentary. And Umar knows that these days, but he still claims to be a descendant of Frederick Douglass. He also claims to be a descendant of Pharaoh Ramses. He also claims to be a descendant of Booker T. Washington. He also claims to be a descendant of Harriet Tubman. So y'all figure that out.
That I hope can help you as you help children and families and parents in your communities and in your neighborhoods. School psychology, exactly what is that? The reason you probably don't know is because it was never intended for you to know. School psychologists are...
Okay, by the way, I stand corrected. It wasn't that Umar was 8. Umar was 11 years old when he was told that he was related to Frederick Douglass. He was in the 6th grade at Meade Elementary. And I outlined this in a documentary that's clear evidence that Jamal Johnson wasn't consistently present in Umar Johnson's life, because if he was, Umar would have known that he was an alleged relative of Frederick Douglass way before the age of 11. Not to mention Jamal Johnson, after Umar Johnson is born, the following year, he shipped off. He goes to Paris Island, South Carolina. And he's moving all over the place. He's not there, you know, Okinawa, Japan, Virginia, Quantico, Jacksonville, North Carolina, Paris Island, South Carolina. Camp Johnson. But the point is, if he was an active participant, he was present in Umar Johnson's life consistently, especially earlier on, then Umar would have known that he was a alleged descendant of Frederick Douglass, even though he's not. Right? Anyway. So I just want to make a point. So this video right here, because we're talking about the plagiarism part, and I haven't put this in a documentary yet, but I will get into this. This video right here was recorded in and around August 27th of 2005. This is the earliest video that I've been able to find of Umar speaking anywhere. All right, and if anyone has something earlier or even around this time, if you have it, please send it to me. Okay, I would appreciate it for the documentary. Notice too, Umar, the way that he's dressed, you don't see Umar in Pan African or Africanist type of attire with dashikis. This is more in line with being a Sunni Muslim, right? Okay, so I want to show you guys something. This same event, again, August 27th of 2005, this same event, Dr. Phil Valentine spoke.
For language has to be dismantled. So it sounds wordy what I'm saying, but when studied carefully, what I'm about to read to you is my heart. I don't usually just speak because I could do that for hours.
Okay, now I just want to point something out. This is in 2005. What is one of the sayings that, watch this. Some of y'all don't know what I'm talking about. Watch this. What is one of the sayings that Umar Johnson states? And he repeats it 3 times. It's a phrase it's a triplet phrase, if that makes sense. And he says it quite often these days. And he has for many years now. What's one of the phrases? And now I know y'all are going to be goofing off. Now, it's not cookies or snow bunnies. No. Now that one's the one now. That's the one now. Someone said, I'm a descendant of Lionel Richie. Shout out to Lionel Richie, one of the most underrated songwriters ever. You guys stop playing. No, not hit the PayPal, not peace and Pan Africanism. Okay, but these are all good. These are all good. Someone said 30. Powerful. No, not power. There you go. Thank you, Smart Barbie. There you go. So Umar, he's known for saying, I need you to understand, understand, and overstand. I want you to understand, understand, and understand, overstand. Where does Umar Johnson get that from? Well, I'll tell you right now. He gets that from Dr. Phil Valentine. You know who else used to say this too, by the way? I kid you not. And he wasn't even a brother. Let's see if anyone could figure this out. He was in the conspiracy theory paradigm. One of the people that I used to study, I purchased all of his DVDs. I read. He didn't have any books. No, he didn't. No, he didn't have any books because that was William Cooper's book. I'm thinking of because that was all around the same time. Behold the Pale White Horse. But there was a white guy who used to use that phrase way back in the day. Anybody know who I'm talking? No, not David Icke. Nope, not David Icke. Not Alex Jones. You guys are close though. Someone said Dr. York. You said, I don't know. I don't. Now, if someone has that research for me, please provide it. Email it to me because I'll put that in there. Okay. No, not Phil Donahue. You guys are tripping. William Cooper. That's a good guess. The person who used to use this from back in the day, not Art Bell, that's a good guess too, was Jordan Maxwell. Anybody remember that hit the one? Now, this is a long time ago. This is such a long time ago. And I remember it may be Jordan Maxwell was the first person that I heard say that, but I don't know if that was prior to 2005. I would have to go back and do some more research. But the point is that Umar, he uses phraseology from other people. A lot of it comes, especially his earlier stuff, comes from Joanna Kunjufu. Rest in peace. Right? Yeah, Jordan Maxwell. Yep. Okay, so I want to point that out too, because I'll have that inside the document because I was watching this as I was trying to figure out when Umar did this lecture right here, and because I thought it was in 2006. No. I think I thought it was 2007 because that's when it comes online. But I had to do extensive research and actually found the original flyer for this. And there's a website that has information about this event as well. And Dr. Valentine was on. So I did research to see if I could find the video of Dr. I found the video of Dr. Valentine. And in this video, he says, understand, overstand, and understand. All right. And again, I gave the example of Umar with, he's taken a lot from Joanna Kunjufu. He also taken a lot from Dr. Amos Wilson and ISIS papers. Dr. Rest in peace too. Dr. I can't name slip, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Anyway, that will be explored more in the documentary too, the levels of plagiarism dealing with Umar Johnson. There's other examples I can come up with, but I just want to go back to this video.
Maurice J. Moyer Academy,
Umar,
free charter school.
A lot of what Umar, how he conceptualized how FDMG was going to operate in terms of the grades that they were going to start with is sourced from this gentleman right here and what they did with the Moyer Academy. Here we go.
Very much.
Yeah, thank you, 78 Vet. Okay, yeah, Dr. Francis Welsing, rest in peace. Okay, thank you. I apologize, everybody. It's just as I get older, that's how it go. Here we go.
In the community with children. With that, we have a school that the configuration would be 6th through 12th grade. We're starting with 6th, 7th, and 9th grade this year. Next grade, we will add 8th and 10th.
The Maurice J. Moyer Academy was a tuition-free charter school, and the students who attended were from an impoverished community. The academy itself was dependent on volunteer participation.
We're located in an urban community. Much of our population come from low socioeconomic background. Therefore, we need school assistants to assist us in monitoring the school climate. We need volunteer tutors. We need volunteer substitute teachers. We have a uniform school, so therefore, many of our students cannot keep their uniforms up to par. Firstly and secondly, many of our students cannot properly purchase sufficient number of uniforms. So we need money for that also at this point in time.
As stated before, the students who attended Maurice J. Moyer Academy were from an impoverished community.
Yeah, but you guys catch that? You see how it's volunteer-based? Because Umar, the way that he's conceptualized FDMG up there in the Zabanos in Wilmington, Delaware, is that it's going to be tuition-based. So it's not going to be free, but that there's going to be a lot of volunteer work being done. Teachers, faculty, staff, so forth and so on.
Originally, the Maurice J. Moyer Academy was located on Vanderveer Avenue. Students were taught in modular classrooms.
And I'm just panning the room here. The Maurice.
Okay, I blurred out the children's faces because that's the right thing to do. But this is a modular classroom. This isn't like an actual school, if that makes sense. Okay, it is a school. If you guys, I don't mean to diminish what they're doing here. I'm just saying that this wasn't a school building. These are modulars that they set up.
It's set up on Vanderveer Avenue in Wilmington, and these are modular classrooms, but there are extensive architectural plans to expand the school and move it to another location.
While the Maurice J. Moyer Academy opened on Vanderveer Avenue in 2006, it ultimately changed location to 610, 611, and 601 East 17th Street. Plans were made to purchase.
All right, and here are the pictures right here. So this is what you're referring to. All right, so these pictures right here, these are from 2008. So what this shows is that when these pictures were taken, the abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware that we know now as FDMG, they weren't fully renovated for the Moyer Academy to move into until sometime after these pictures were taken in 2008. That's why you'll find that Moyer Academy opens in 2006 in I'm going to say cubicles in the, you guys know what I'm talking about, the modulars or whatever. They opened there, but then later they move in here sometime in 2008. That's why you'll see in some cases you'll see that it opened in 2006. In other cases you'll say 2008. What they say in 2008 is that they moved in to these buildings right here after they were renovated.
Just and renovate existing buildings located on 17th Street. The largest of those buildings was previously owned by Hercules Inc. Hercules Inc. was a chemical business that manufactured chemicals and munitions. Chapter 9.
Okay. So I just wanted to go with what you were saying right here. So thank you so much for Soup Chat as well. Here's the original flyer too. It took me a long time to get this research. This was the Happily Natural Day. A lot of Umar's rhetoric about nappy hair and happy to be nappy. It's sourced from this as well. Prose or Truth of the UNIA ACL presents the 3rd annual Happily Natural Day, a celebration of Black consciousness, Saturday, August 27th in Richmond, Virginia. There's a number there. There's a website there. black and proud, right? I want to show you guys another thing too. This was, we were talking about this earlier, and I showed an image of it inside the documentary. This is Umar's initial conceptualization of what the FDMG Academy was going to look like. And someone had asked a question, and here it is right here. So the plan was to have an airplane hangar in that little corner in Wilmington. Okay, so just to be clear, this is pre-Wilmington. Okay, this goes back to 2014. And one of the things that people have to understand about Umar is that he's had many different iterations of the FDMG school scam. Remember, he was talking about how he had land was donated to him in Riverside County, somewhere around there. I'll just say outside of LA. San Bernardino. He also said that there was land granted to him in Philadelphia. There was land donated to him. That land donated to him in Ghana. So all of these are just different iterations of the FDMG school scam, going all the way back to 2010, when Umar stated that he stated that the school would open September 11, 2000.
Umar Johnson then states that
September 11, 2013. Right. So even if we look at this right here, all these different dates, some of these dates are associated with different school locations. Because Umar would say, yeah, it's gonna be in Atlanta. We may be in Atlanta. We may be in Philadelphia. We may be in Southern California. We may be in Detroit. And in some cases, what he's talking about when he's given these school locations, he associates those school locations with different dates. That's what I'm saying, that the school scam itself, it's not just one thing. Most people these days, because it's been going on for so long, if you haven't researched Umar long enough, there's a lot of people, I should say, who believe that this all started in February of 2019, and it'd be 7 years, in about a week, a little over a week. It'd be 7 years later since he acquired these abandoned buildings. So some people, they just learned about this a year ago. They just learned about this 2 years ago. They may even learned about it almost 7 years ago. But the issue is that this goes back so much more further into the past, and there's so many different iterations. So that when Umar posts this right here, this isn't about FDMG in Wilmington, Delaware. This is associated with FDMG in the St. Paul's College, because Umar, what he conceptualized was to purchase or to put in a bid, which he never did, even though he said he did. Put in a bid for St. Paul's, win the bid, take ownership of the property, and then convert this property into what we see right here. Umar, he's a trip. In fact, here's the Facebook post right here. I can read it to you. This is the area view of preliminary Heaven on Earth, Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy. So it's 500 acres, 500-acre campus encircled by FDMG River in the shape of Mother Africa, Ancestors Park in the center of the campus, dormitories, airfield, athletic facilities, farm, state-of-the-art music, and theater production studio, greenhouse, zoo, community center, separate buildings for all 33 trade areas and much more. There's a hospital. I don't know how many tens of millions of dollars that would cost, and then also operation costs per year, and then also to furnish it with all the technology that needs going. It's incredible. This is easily $1 billion project, potentially a couple $1 billion. And also show these buildings right here. Oh, here, this is another one you guys should see right here. I've shown it in the past. So this is around the same time, June 7th of 2014. FDMG Future Redemption Campus dormitory photos. So these are dorms, aerial, vertical, and lobby photos. This is the lobby. This is a long-term facility transformation plan after we acquire what? St. Paul's College. So this isn't Wilmington, as we will eventually need more dorm space than currently available. Please donate today. And that lobby is inside of this massive structure here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's about 7 stories times 4 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another 7 stories. If you guys just break this down architecturally, you got 7 stories for the circles, each one of the circles, circular, and then in the middle with that square, it looked like a penitentiary, to be honest with you. I don't even know how many tens of million dollars this is going to cost to build one of these. But what's crazy, if you look at his conceptualization here, that circle, you can see the circle in the square, right? Here, I can even give you another view of this. And Umar didn't have a job. He didn't have any money, but this is what he comes up with. And you donors are the one that's going to pay for it. See this right here? It's a massive structure. All right, but if we go back, you see the 4 circles in the square. Okay, and you look on this map right here. See the 4 circles in the square. All right, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 towards the bottom, and then there's 2 more towards the top. Well, that's 6 of those. Okay, 6 of these. Umar don't have a job. He ain't got no money. He's in financial ruin. He's not a school psychologist, and yet this is what he comes up with. Yeah. So I want to be clear. This has been going on for such a long time, and the airplane hangar at the top, the airstrip and the it's just crazy. Okay, it's not in the corner of Wilmington. This was supposed to be down there at the St. Paul's College in Lawrenceville, Virginia. He was going to convert those buildings and that land into this, which is utterly ridiculous. Okay. All right. Let me do this real quick. Queendom says, Lenon, does he still have that land? So you're talking about the land that Umar claims was donated to him. Now, here's the thing. Umar's a pathological liar. It's possible that he lied about that because he wanted to give the illusion of progress. Listen, we got people that donated land, and this land is I have the receipt for that too. What year was that where he said that? He said that he posted it in 2012. He said it in 2013 down in San Diego. Shout out Diego. He said that down in Diego, Eastside Peru. But that was in 2013. But this is what he posted in 2012 right here. December 24th of 2012. And I'll read this to you guys. We live in a world of spiritual paradoxes. A, if you want to live in the heart of the people forever, then you must die young. B, if you really love someone, you must give them the freedom to leave you if they so choose. Okay, free Barbara Shoemake. Jesus. C, to be admired by all, you must never admire yourself. Look who's talking with the narcissism. I'm the most requested. I'm cute. I mean, he be saying shit like, let me stop. I'm swagalicious, room 130, but we're going to leave it right there. I'm the most requested. I'm the greatest. I'm King Kong consciousness. I got 16,000 degrees. Anyway. D, to protect your children from harm, you must allow them to make some critical mistakes. He's a deadbeat. He don't take care of none of his kids. He has at least 3 baby mamas in Philadelphia alone, but he only claims 2. The third one, he impregnated her when she was in her early 20s. He was in his early 40s. That's the kind of person we're dealing with right here. There was another one from Philly that tried to put him on child support too, but that didn't go through. I think probably what happened was that when they got the DNA results, that wasn't Umar's baby. E, to conquer your enemy, you must allow him to have his way at first. Room 130 F, true beauty is invisible and cannot be seen with the naked eye. Dr. Umar, look at this. Potential, look at what he writes here. Potential site of FDMG Academy in San Bernardino, California, 6 acres have been gifted this past week to Team Pan African for those purposes. Y'all see this? He may be lying about this because he was out there in Cali. So he takes a picture, and wherever he goes, whatever city back in the day, whatever city he would go to, he would say that he's looking for a school in that area to get people excited so that they'll give him money because that's their city. They want to rep their city. They want to support. So the point is, if this land was given to him, whatever the value of this land is or was, should be included in the donation amount that Umar Johnson has raised, which is a bare minimum $1.9 million. You throw this in here, if it's 5 acres in San Bernardino, you definitely gonna get over $2 million. You probably get closer to 2 point. Well, there's no telling at this point. Goodness gracious, there's no telling, right? So again, there's no accounting for any of this. One other thing I want to point out here, in 2012, Umar, he was just starting to pick up traction in social media because he only got 139 likes here. Okay, right now we got 1,105 people watching right now. Okay, just for comparative analysis, right? Right now, let me go and see how many likes we have on this video. Got about 2 likes. Okay. I can't use this one at this live stream. I'm just playing. We got about 400 likes. But Umar couldn't even get 140 likes for this post in 2012. And part of the issue is that he doesn't blow up until a little bit later on, because this Hidden Colors comes out in 2011. I think it was April of 2011. He's in Hidden Colors 2 as well, and I think he's in Hidden Colors 3, if memory serves me correctly. But number 1 and number 2 for sure, and that really propelled Umar onto the world stage. He doesn't want to admit that, but Hidden Colors, also his interview in Chicago with Brother Dawa Yisrael, rest in peace, and also Sa Netter in the Black conscious space in New York really propelled Umar. He just doesn't want to give them credit for any of that. Anyway, this is the land that Umar claims was donated to him, along with other land potentially that was going to be donated to him in Philadelphia. And then also he stated one time that there was land in Ghana that was donated to him for a school. Right. Anyway, all of that, if it's true, because he lies all the time, if that's true, then that all should be included in the donations. The value of those properties should be included in the donations. Right. Okay. Okay. So I got those two. I want to get to this one too. Blackpink says, why is he getting so offended? Because people want to know when the school is opening. Umar gets offended because he doesn't like to be challenged. He doesn't like to be questioned. He's dictatorial. He's a megalomaniac. He wants total power and control. In fact, the video where Umar, we got about 1,100 people in here. Thank you guys so much for doing on it. If you're enjoying the show, hit the like button. If you guys, the video that I played where Umar was in Atlanta and he's raging and he's saying, don't question me. That's the cult dynamic here. So he doesn't want people to question him, especially Black women. I have plenty of evidence of that. He doesn't like to be questioned or challenged by anyone. It's the narcissism, but in particular, Black women. He does not like to be questioned by Black women. So if you bring up the issue of, the school grand opening dates changes, he goes off. If you ask questions about the money, the donation money, he really goes off. See, now if he was on the up and up and everything was and he was operating properly, I'm talking about he was doing this whole FDMG project with integrity. He wouldn't have any questions. He wouldn't have any problems answering questions. You guys remember when he was on Lord Jamar? I should pull that up. He went crazy. Why? Because Lord Jamar asked a couple of questions about the money and where'd the money go for these bandos. See, that's the reason why Umar is triggered that way, is because that's where the scam is at. The scam is let me explain something to people. Even though I say, and I've stated for many years that it's the FDMG school scam. That's what I've called it. Okay. Now, am I saying that someone hasn't used that phrase before me? I don't know. Okay, that's the phrase that I know that I started to use. And if someone used it before me and I don't know who they are, you want to reach out to me, give me the receipt, and I'll give you credit for it. But I've been saying that for years. But the truth of the matter is, it's not that the school itself is the scam. The school is an aspect of the scam. The school is the lure of the scam. The school is, and I should say this, the school is the carrot that's dangled in front of the proverbial donkey, which is, and don't take this the wrong way, which is Black people who believe in Umar. And so long as you hold that carrot in front of the donkey is going to continue to move forward. And what that means is, symbolically, they're going to continue to support as Umar rides on their back. They're going to continue to donate to Umar as Umar rides on their back. That's what he's been doing. He's living off of Black people, on the backs of Black people. They continue to defend Umar as Umar scamming them for a school, because they never get the carrot, they never get the school. You guys understand what I'm saying? So I just want to be clear about this. The carrot is just the lure. The school is just the lure. The real scam is the money. So whenever people bring up anything dealing with FDMG and the donations, Umar, he loses it. See, that's why there's no transparency. There's no itemized list on how much money he's raised over the years, how much money he's spent over the years, how much money he currently has left over. See? So that's why Umar gets offended and gets defensive. He gets belligerent. See, it also shows you that what his intent was. His intent, it was always about the money. You start questioning the money, or you tell Umar that you're not going to donate to him, or you tell Umar that you're going to get a refund for your donation. Because there's people who've done that. They've sold their own lives. Umar goes off. It's all about the money. Okay. Blessed. This is another one. Blessed and Stressless says, watching these clips back to back is literally making me feel sick. How did we believe this scammer? And how did we allow this to go on for so long? We got to wake up, Black people. This is a great comment because, well, for different reasons. How is it that Black people believed in Umar Well, the thing is that it's not exclusive to black people. There's people who believed in Bernie Madoff. There's people who believed in Jay Morrison. There's people who believed in Nature Boy. Right? There's people who believed in Polite. Who's the guy? York, Dr. York. He's not a doctor, but there are people who believe in York. Charles Manson, Jim Jones, and the list goes on and on. I think that all of these individuals are master manipulators. That all of these individuals looked upon their victims in the first place as prey to be exploited. That they were objects to be exploited. And that they were entitled, meaning these scammers, that they were entitled, or these cult leaders, that they were entitled to whatever they wanted from these people. And so there's a process, you know, if I can use the term, it's a grooming process of over the years. It's a process of painting, really misrepresenting one's intentions and misrepresenting oneself in such a way to wherein the victims perceive these individuals as some sort of savior or some sort of leader of some sort, you know. So that's why I think with Umar the same thing applies. That he has crafted an image over the years of being this doctor of psychology, even though he doesn't operate as a doctor in any field. Okay, that he's this great school psychologist, even though he hasn't worked consistently as a school psychologist since in around 2006. He's never been licensed as a school psychologist, and he holds no certification currently and hasn't for quite a few years now as a school psychologist. But he still tells people that. Why does he do that? Because he wants to misrepresent himself. He says he has 6 degrees. At best, he has 5, which is a great accomplishment in and of itself. But Umar has to go over the top. He's weaponized his education, his degrees, even though they're non-functional in society, because he's a bum from Philly, been living off black people since real talk 2010, 2011. But he throws up that out there because he wants to paint the image that he's some sort of authority that we have to appeal to. He's an authority that we have to submit to. He's an authority that we must put on a pedestal as some sort of, based upon Umar Johnson's own words, Messiah, Black Messiah, the Black Christ, so forth and so on. But Umar's been doing this for such a long time. And this is just some of the things that he does. You know, he'll say things to you black women to make you feel special, but meanwhile, he's a baby mama creator and don't even take care of his own kids, and he running through black women. What I mean by running through sexually promiscuous lifestyle, he's running through y'all. He getting that cooch, he's on to the next. He's been living like this for decades. But he'll say nice things to you. He'll go in on black men and how black men ain't shit, but he talk about it and say he's projecting. So there's a lot of things, because he's a master manipulator. There's a lot of things that Umar Johnson does and has, but he's been doing this for such a very long time. Even back in the day when he used to dress in suits, that was part of it. And then he starts wearing dashikis, that's part of it. Then he starts wearing fitted caps because he's a pillar with the jeans and the sports attire. You tell black people you ain't supposed to be wearing that kind of stuff because that's the white man, but he'll wear it. But why does he do that? Well, part of it is because he wants to appeal to different demographics in the black community. The professionals, he dressed in suits. The dashikis, that's for the the Afrocentric, black conscious space, right? And then, dressing with the fitted caps and, like a little, anyway. But that's to appeal to black people who are just kind of like sort of in the streets a little bit, but not too much, but enough to say, hey, that's the homie right there. He's a master manipulator. So I think that one of the reasons why people believe in Umar is because for many, many years, decades now, in point of fact, he's misrepresented himself. He's like a chameleon who changes depending on the situation and circumstances to appeal to different demographics of black people. And unfortunately, there are black people who believed in the illusion. He's all smoke and mirrors. And there's people who still believe in it to this day. See, now what Umar is doing, he's not talking so much about how he's a school psychologist. He'll say that every once in a while. There's no way. He's not. Okay, he's not a school psychologist. Hasn't been for 2 decades. He hasn't worked consistently as a school psychologist in 2 decades. I'll say it that way. But by 2010, 2011, he ain't. It's not happening. What Umar Johnson has done more recently in terms of appealing to different demographics, and not even more recent, I would say over the last 3, maybe 4 years, he's been tapping into the African space. What I mean by that is, over in Africa, different countries in Africa. Yeah, that's when he starts using paia now, whatever he says. So he wants, and then he goes and gets his Ghanaian citizenship. So that's what he's talking about more these days. He'll put that at the top of the list of his accomplishments. Whereas before, Pan-African, Prince of Pan-Africanism, I have this or all these different organizations and I'm doing blah, blah, blah. He puts that towards the top now. But that's because in more recent years, that's who he's gone after. Whatever he can in order to continue to manipulate different demographics of Black people in order to get money and resources and get the cooch. That's what he does. And he's been doing this for decades now. So that's why there are a lot of people who believe in Umar. And yeah, he's nothing more than a scammer. Okay? And how did we allow this to go for so long? Part of the issue is that there's so many platforms that have had Umar Johnson on, and they've given him a space to manipulate new demographics of people, of Black people. That's part of the problem, right? Furthermore, there are, in my opinion, there has not been enough people speaking out about Umar, especially in the Black conscious community. That's a huge problem right there. In my opinion, it should be the Black conscious community who should be putting together this documentary on Umar. And pull their resources to find. I'm doing this for free. Okay. Pull resources, get these Black conscious leaders and researchers and experts and if they're these and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful. I'm just stating this as a statement of fact. That if they're these scholars and so forth, they should be the ones doing this shit. They're the ones bringing him out and putting him up in hotels and motel rooms and promoting him and all this shit for decades. They should be the ones that do this. They should be on my platform talking about Umar and how Umar scammed them and what the type of trifling shit he's been doing, especially to these Black women in the Black conscious space. Real talk. But let me stop. I'll leave right there. Smitty Boy says, Uncle Lenon, I sense a Netflix deal coming your way when it's all said and done. When Umar goes down, you are the master narrator. that would be nice. Again, I'm doing this because it needs to be done. And wherever it goes, once the documentary is done, that's however that goes, that's how that's going to go. But I do know this, that what I'm doing it's with integrity. And I'm not here to lie on Umar or to paint false narratives or misrepresent the facts. All right. I'm not going to do that. There have been times where I've told myself that it's too much, meaning the process of putting together the documentary of someone's whole life and all the research that goes into it. The editing part, I love the editing part. I can do that. Literally, I can sit for 12 hours. I kid you not. I can sit. If there was one thing if it was as a profession that I can do outside of music, I love music too. But if I can that's all I did, it would be video editing. I love when I say I love it. Time flies by. It's meticulous work. That's how my mind works. It's like everything's right here, and I have to orchestrate, if I can use the term, this piece of work, right? That is considered to be a documentary, and I have to make it make sense, make it flow. The pacing has to be there. The research has to be there. The editing has to be there. So I really enjoy that extensive. I just love it. The point that I'm making is that if later on down the line it's something that really blows up into something else, that would be great. Not because it would benefit me, but because the research needs to be out there for the masses. And it's not just people who have been scammed by Umar, but there's a lot that people can learn from this Umar Johnson saga. Because Umar is just one person. There's plenty of people out there in the world, whether it's in the real world or in cyberspace or both, who's engaged in this type of behavior that Umar Johnson has been engaged in. And he's been doing this for decades. Right. So we'll see where this goes. I was going to say, whenever I tell you, because there are times where I say, man, this is just too much. You know, it's a lot. What I tell myself, and when I pray about it, what I hear is finish the mission. Yeah, I say, okay, let's go. See, when I think about this Umar Johnson saga, people who've been around for a long time, it's easy for people to go on side quests and get caught up in all this other stuff, you know, that's on the periphery. But I've remained focused. Why? Because I got to finish the mission, and the mission's not going to get done if you're. I'm talking about the main mission. If you're involved in all these side quests, see. So I'm going to see it to its end, you know. But what comes to in my mind, what I hear is you got to finish the mission, and whatever happens after that, that's what's going to happen. Okay. Thank you, Smitty boy, for the super chat. I appreciate it. The solid slug says, for your information, Marines are called drill instructors, not drill sergeants. Amazing work on this, sir. Thank you. I stand corrected. There's someone who mentioned that when I initially premiered that, and I did more research, and you're absolutely right. So I apologize. I guess you can say that's an audio typo. I've already fixed that in the script. I just haven't gone back to actually read the script and then put that back into the segment of the documentary that I played today. But I stand corrected. Thank you for that. It's been fixed and edited in the actual script. I just haven't, like I said, I haven't actually hadn't translated over to the actual video, because the video that I showed, I did that video that I showed with the origins. I think that goes back to 2024, if memory serves me correctly. I've been at this for a long time. My goodness gracious. But inevitably, these are rough drafts. Inevitably, there's going to be a lot that I still have to correct in the script, and things like this. Okay, some people may say it's not significant. No, this is important. It's significant. You don't want to misrepresent things, and you want to have integrity. I want to have integrity. I want to make sure that when this is done, it can be put out there, and then I can say, listen, this is factual, and I want to be as factual as possible. Okay, so thank you so much, and thank you for the correction. I appreciate it, and thank you for the super chat as well. Okay. Daxter says, this chat has me cracking up. Yeah, I stay out of there. I stay out of there. Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. It sure is. Thanks, Daxter. Girls, Cake and Cookie says, you said that shit. Hashtag free barbecue. Yeah. I know we haven't talked about that much. I'm not going to be mentioning Barbara Shoemake much in the documentary. Jamal Johnson, that's a different case, right? And I've already talked about why. She's a victim in all of this too. And it is so sad. And shout out to Sister Lene for coming forward in 2025 and exposing what Umar Johnson has and continues to do to his own mother. It speaks to his character, and he won't let family members see her, and they haven't been able to see her for years. I can't even remember how many years now. It's got to be close to. It's got to be close to 8 years now, something like that. 7 years. It's horrible, and she is in essence his hostage. Just horrible to do that to your own mother. Claim to be the primary caretaker while you traveling all over the world and having her living in filth and squalor in a hoarding situation. Can't even take a proper bath because the bath is upstairs, and she's wheelchair bound. She can't even walk by herself. It's been going on for years. That's just horrible. But again, it speaks to Umar's character. Okay, I won't be getting into too much into that inside the documentary. Okay, when we get into the timeline when Lene comes out in 2025, there will be excerpts from my interviews with her. Shout out to Lene that I'll include. It's just such a sad and it's horrible, absolutely horrible. Thank you, Girls, Cake, and Cookies. Embrace Change says, what type of person do you think Umar was before the scams and lies, and what caused the shift? It's hard to believe he was just born evil. Well, What I can say is that from at least 2005, Umar's been scamming. Okay, so let me go pull up my timeline right quick, but we can kind of dig into this a little bit. So at least by the age of 31, and I had to, I thought I said 2001 when he leaves Islam, but actually in my timeline I have that he left Islam in 2005. But actually, Umar states more recently he states in 2011. Okay, so let me actually get that out of. That's 2005, 2004. That's when he conceptualizes FDMG. Let me fix this in my timeline here. He leaves Islam in 2011, but I also have him saying, I thought I heard him say, I can find in my notes that he left in 2005. So I want to issue that retraction and that correction. Again, my research is ongoing. But in 2005, that's when Umar, he tries to scam the UNIA for a building fund. We've talked about this extensively. I wonder if that's because the last time I checked, that resignation letter is no longer up on that website. UNIA, the website even up there. UNIA resignation letter. Let's see if it populates this time. Yeah, it's not coming up. So the angelfire.com from the Negro World, it says 502 Bad Gateway. So it's not up anymore. Maybe they'll put it up in the future. Who knows? We'll see. But I already have all the screenshots. We covered that many times. But that goes back to at least 2005. So that means that we can say that by 31 that Umar was a scammer. But embrace change. If we go based upon the stories that Umar tells, because I was looking into some of these today about his baby mamas. You remember when Umar does in 2025 he does the rants against his baby mamas, the evil vegan and Mama Smurf. If you really sit and dissect those two videos, those videos are huge. They're really huge because actually in the documentary right now, I'm in 2011 where his second child is born, and that correlates to who he calls the evil vegan. Okay, and I know who she is, and I've researched her mama, the grandmama, and I won't be sharing all of that. But what Umar's referencing and what he's saying, if you listen to Umar's interactions, you can tell that even back then, he was an abusive type of a person. Okay, I'm gonna say it. He was batshit crazy. He was emotionally unstable. Okay, so what I can say now, because we can go before 2005. All right, his second child is born in around 2011. I'll say in around 2011. That second baby mama didn't put him on child support. Is that right? Wait, I got the wrong one. Second baby mama didn't put him on child support until 2017. But Umar has all these stories, about how she was the evil vegan. That's not the case. That's him. It's him, right? Was he born evil? No, I just think he had problems. But what I can say that, 2011, something wasn't right. But if we go back to the story that he tells about his first baby mama, and he was put on child support on the first baby mama when he was 28 years old, July 15th of 2002. That baby was born in around 2002. But he meets his first baby mama in 1999 at the age of 25. He was a graduate student. She was an undergrad. His job was supposed to, help and keep the undergraduates, guide them and stuff. He ends up impregnating her. What did that tell you? Well, that tells you that at least at the age of 25, something wasn't right with him. He was predatory. Let's go back. That's 2000. That's 1999. This is actually a really good question. Okay, he graduates at 23 in Millsville University with a double major in psychology and political science. He starts in the Garvey movement. He was causing problems in the Garvey movement though from the jump. You know, I have a source, primary source, first-hand accounts about this. That person doesn't want to be identified, but they know who they are. So it could be. I've also had Umar say that he starts the Garvey movement in 1995, 1996, and 1997 because he lies all the time. But I'm going to go with 1997, where he was consistently involved. But he was, well, I shouldn't even say that because he was actually in college at the same time. Yeah, what I will say is that 23, in around 23. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't problematic. I'm going to say something else, embrace change. I have a sense that Jamal Johnson, because he's the one that decided to ship Umar off to the boarding school. It was called Scotland School for Veterans Children. Umar was in and around 13 years old, and in around 1987. Okay. Now, this is my belief. I'm speculating here, but my belief is that Umar was a problem in the home. Jamal wasn't present. I believe that Umar was a problem in the home as the eldest son, with no daddy in the home, undisciplined. Again, I believe it's likely that Umar had narcissistic personality traits then, that he was emotionally unstable then, that he was abusive then, quick to violence, quick to rage. It's possible. That would be when Umar was around 13. So what ends up happening is Jamal, he marries his second wife, rest in peace, in and around 1987. So he's already set up a life with her. He's not in the home with Umar and the rest of those kids with Barbara. Yeah, and Barbara had, from my understanding, 5 kids with Jamal, and then 2 other children with 2 other men. And then that Jamal had 3 other children outside of Barbara, plus 1 more when he was in grade school, something like that, middle school, based upon the article that was written about him. So I found it ironic, not ironic, but there was something about Jamal making the decision when he's not even present in that home to have Umar shipped away at the age of around 13 years old to the Scotland School for Veterans Children. And none of the other children were shipped away. Why only Umar? So this all to say that something wasn't right with Umar. Again, I am speculating here, but my belief and my best guess, based upon all my research dealing with Umar and how he is and how he was, even once he starts dealing with the first baby mamas, that he was a problem. He was a problem child. And it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. So this to say that I can speculate that Umar was a problem at the age of 13. Speculate. What I can say factually is that Umar was a problem. He was definitely a problem by the time he impregnates and prior to impregnating his first baby mama, which would have been when Umar was 25 years old in 1999. Okay. So the other part is what caused the shift. I don't know that. I can't pinpoint one in my research, one event or a series of events, maybe a series of events that could have contributed to Umar going off the deep end. I have a sense that Umar had enmeshment issues with his mother. He had an abusive personality. I think he had some narcissistic personality traits earlier on, sociopathic traits early on. And that that Umar, the enmeshment issues it caused him to overstep boundaries. That's why even to this day, these are enmeshment issues with his mama. You know, holding her hostage, don't let anybody else. He sees her as a possession, that type of thing. So back in the day when Umar shipped away, he separated, and his father made the decision. He separated from his mother, and he separated from his siblings. He separated from his family. I think that was a major contributing factor to Umar Johnson's devolution, if you will. Right. It's also been speculated, and I don't have the firsthand account, so I can't state it as a statement of fact, but that Umar was abused by his father. Umar does say that his father was emotionally abusive, but when Umar projects and he talks about himself, there's times where he says things about how his, he's acting like he's talking about somebody else and how the mama was abused. He may just be projecting. And the speculation that he was physically abused by his father too. Okay, I don't know that to be a statement of fact because I haven't spoken with the primary source. That too could be a contributing factor to Umar going off the deep end and over the years unresolved trauma, so forth and so on. This was a really good question, and I just want to be clear. I don't have a definitive answer to this question. A lot of this is just speculation. I tend not to do that. But I think it's such an important question to ask because I said this in the first documentary that Umar, he really is, he's a cautionary tale. Even being sent away to be in that, it's a privileged situation in this sense that Umar's not subject to the hood. He's not subject to the streets like that. From the time he's around 13 years old, 9th grade. He's at a boarding school that's military, ROTC, and everything is provided for him. Now, is it easy? No. Because he's talked about it. I think there's things that happened. I'm speculating. I think there's things that happened to him while he was there too, based upon some of the comments he made about being in that boarding school. So I think Umar has a lot that's pent up in him that's traumatic, and that has fed into his mental health and a deterioration in how he has become, and he has been for a long time, an abusive person, including abusing his donors. Just saying that you guys ain't shit, even though you sent them money for free. Okay, all that goes back just the sense of entitlement, and then he thinks he's all great, and then all this stuff. There's a lot. I think there's a lot dealing with Umar. This is a great question. I just don't have all the answers. I don't even think I have most of the answers to this because the research doesn't lend to all of this. Umar would have to come forward and speak about these things, or a firsthand account, someone who dealt with Umar early on and speak about these things, and they're welcome to do so. If everyone, Umar including, welcome to do so if they want to come onto my platform. I do know this, that Umar, he will never be right until he starts to deal with this underlying childhood traumas that clearly he hasn't resolved. He's still angry with his father to this day. He's 51. He's 51. He's still angry with his father. Right? Okay. Thank you so much, Embrace Change, for being a member for 30 months. Miss Honey says, why he don't want to work? Did he ever have a job? Yeah, Umar, he did. He worked consistently from 2001 through 2006, 2005, 2006. And then intermittently on contract base from 2000 in around 2006, 2007-ish through 2011, 2010, 2011. But by the time we get to 2011, he and I have the video where he says that he's on the Nick Cannon show. And I actually was editing that into the documentary today. So yeah, he's had jobs. It's just Umar, he had difficult time keeping jobs. Even when he was a principal, and I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, he had a difficult time allocating tasks. Because really what principals supposed to do is give people things to do, but he wanted to do everything himself, and he was a megalomaniac. He wanted total power and control, and he didn't get along well with, especially with the white teachers. He was a problem. I mean, he's always been a problem. Even him getting his side D, he gets his side D in essence, strong arming the PCOM, because he told him that because they kicked him out. A lot of people don't know they kicked him out of that program. But see, Umar, he throws a hissy fit. He threatens that he's going to go to media and turn this into a big fiasco, and it's going to reflect poorly on PCOM. So yeah, he was reinstated. They ended up giving him his side D, but it was a problem. He's been a problem ever since. He was a problem then. He's problems ever since because he's weaponized that side D against black people. Right. So yeah, he's had jobs. The other thing too, just to think about this, Umar, he starts his college career in 1992 at the age of 18. He doesn't finish his college career until 2012 at the age of 38. We're talking 20 years. See, and if you're in higher education for 20 years, he's talked about student loans. You're taking student loans. You're working at a certain point from 2000. Again, I always give him credit. 2001 through 2006 consistently, but then after that, from 2007 through 2011, you're not working consistently. Umar was never in a position where he had to actually operate as a responsible adult. 20 years. That's why here we are now. Again, he goes into college at the age of 18 in 1992. Now we're in 2026. We're talking roughly 34 years later, let's say 33 years later, he still doesn't know how to function as an adult. Right. So I think that part of Umar's arrested development is part of it is because he spent 20 years in higher education and wasn't put in a position where he had to function as an adult or as a man. And it filters into everything else. Fatherhood, as a Black leader, as someone who doesn't have to, again, he's been asking for donations since the St. Paul school scam 2014. He's been living off of Black people for almost 15 years. And really, real talk, since 2010, 2011, he's been living off Black people. So real talk, we're talking 15 years. Right. So at this point, Miss Honey, Umar, he doesn't think like that. Like I have to get a job or that I need to be self-sufficient, because he's been living like this for decades now. And if people don't give him free money and shit, and he don't got to do nothing, and he's lazy anyway, and he's entitled with the narcissism, he's a sociopath, in my opinion, borderline psychopath, but sociopath. Why would he change anything? So you guys realize, like, if I wanted to, I could. If I wanted to do YouTube full time, I could. I could do it. At this point, at least. Back in the day when I was trying to do it, just stupid. But these days, yeah. But I have responsibilities. My wife and I, we have plans too. We're working on some things. But the point that I'm making is that Umar has never been put in a position, because he was in higher education. Let's look at this one other way, and then we'll move on. Let's look at this another way. Umar shipped off, this is deep. Umar shipped off to the boarding school, which is fundamentally where he conceptualized the idea of FDMG too, by the way, because it was supposed to be a boarding school. Well, I tell you, the Scotland School for Veterans Children, in and around the age of 13. Everything's provided for him. Then he gets into college, and for 20 years, he's in higher education. So if we go back to Umar Johnson in 1987 at the age of 13, and you really think about this, we're talking from what year? This is 1987. No. Oh, no, that's true, though. Yeah, this is crazy. Umar's 51. But if we go back to when he shipped off to the boarding school, where everything is provided for him, and he doesn't have to stand on his 2 feet, and he shouldn't have to at the age 13. But what I'm saying is that everything's provided for him. We're talking 39 years, 38 years. We'll say 38 years of this. Because after that, he goes into college, and he's in college for 20 years. He doesn't get his PsyD and finish up until 2012. Well, by that time, he's given up his career as a school psychologist. And that's when he starts to make more inroads. Hidden Colors in 2011, he starts to make more inroads into the Black conscious space. And he's been living off of Black people ever since. But if you think about it, in terms of his life journey, we're talking 38 years out of 51 years where Umar has not had to operate as a functional adult. And nor should he have to back in the day. But that's what you understand, that all of that, if you go back to when he's 13, that's programming. Everything's provided for him. That's programming. Everything is regimen. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that for Umar and his mentality, it still exists to this day, that everything should be provided for him at the age of 51. That's why he's comfortable living off of his mama. Allegedly, he is. He's, as a primary caretaker, he's in control of her finances. Food stamps, SSI. He lives, when he lives in her residence, which is Section 8 housing at the age of 51, even though he's raised millions of dollars off of Black people for a school that does not exist. You all see this shit? It's really deep when you think about it. 38 years out of 51 years. So And Umar, listen, for Umar, the idea of getting a job, listen, if he ain't had to really do shit for the last 38 years, and again, I give him credit because he did work from 2001 through consistently to about 2006. But even still, he's having financial issues. He's not paying bills on time. And I have financial records and all this kind of stuff in my research. It's a pattern of behavior that goes all the way back to at least when he was 13 years old. He shipped off to this boarding school where everything is provided for him. Food is provided for him. Clothing is provided for him. Room and board. Okay, the room is provided for him. Everything's provided for him. Well, that's how Umar lives at the age of 51. 13, 51. Okay. Thank you as well, Miss Honey, for the super chat. Munya Day Trader Elite says, thank you. Oh, you're so welcome. And thank you guys so much. I'm going to continue to work on this document. In fact, right after I'm done with this live stream, I'm going to get back into it. Okay. Probably won't be able to do much, but I'm going to get back into it. I haven't told my wife this. Well, she kind of knows, but I haven't even been sleeping right for like the last it's been about 2.5 years. I kid you not. After this, I should go to bed, but I got work to do. I tell my kids, yeah, I got a full-time job. YouTube is my part-time job. It's been a lot. And then the documentary is outside of that. But I'm going to keep going because the mission has to be done. And I've prayed on it many, many times. And again, I'm not a religious person, but God humbled me years ago. I wish I hadn't had to have that experience, but it was necessary. And so my faith is a lot stronger these days to we're in. I know what needs to be done. And I just have to stay the course and finish the mission. So thank you. Thank you for the thank you, because it's not, it hasn't been easy. And right after this, I'm going to get back into the editing and I'm going to keep working through the time. I'm in 2011 now. Okay. In and around the time where Umar, he's in the Hidden Colors. It's just fascinating because I have a clip of, I don't want to give it away, but I have a clip of Tariq talking retrospectively about what took place. Anyone remember this? Hit the one when Tariq went to go initially interview Umar for the Hidden Colors #1. Okay. Now later on in the timeline where they have their beef and then they go in on each other, I'll have that later. But right now, because we're in 2011, and retrospectively, when Tariq talks about Hidden Colors 1, that was in around 2011, and interviewing Umar, it's probably late 2010, early 2011. I have that in the documentary. Anyway, look at all the ones. All right. And thank you for the thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Timothy says, Malachi York, is he cult narc you're thinking of? Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. I haven't researched much into Malachi York. Malachi York, he's in prison for life. He's 80 years old now. Yeah, he ain't getting out. Dwight York, also known as Malachi Z. York, Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi et Ali, is an American religious leader best known as the founder of the Nubian Nation, a new religious movement that has existed in some form and under various different names since the 1960s. And there's a lot of people that came out of that cult. A lot of people in the Black conscious space that came out of that cult. Some of them still active to this day. But you guys can look this cult leader up when you have some time and see what he was convicted of. My goodness gracious. Thank you, Timothy, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Awa says, Lenon and Cooker are cutting up. Yeah. Like I said earlier, I have to stay out of here because you're playing too much. It's funny because there's times where I do a live stream like today where it's like, okay, it's business. We're going to be serious. I'm going to play this and then we're going to get into some of these comments. And I have some list of comments, other comments that people left on the last couple of live streams. And we're going to get in here and we're not going to goof off. And then it's normally when I have that mentality coming in where the Cook Chat cuts up and then I get caught up in it. This has been going on for years. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah, it is what it is. But Cook Chat's undefeated. I love it. Being able to hang out with you guys, it does a whole lot for me in terms of enjoyment factor in life because I have a lot on my plate. I always do. I pray to the Lord that at some point things slow down enough for me to where I can do, kind of relax more, but I screwed up so much earlier on in life. I'm not in that position. And so it is what it is. So I keep working hard. I do the best that I can for my family. I get rest when I can. It is what it is. Younger men, make sure, those early years are so very important. Make sure you're doing what you need to be doing. If you need guidance, go and get the guidance that you need, because it'll set you up later on in life to where you'll have more time to kind of sit and just be. For me, I'm always doing something, But hey, listen, I ain't complaining. I'm thankful because I enjoy hanging out with you guys. You guys are like, them rechargeable batteries. Y'all, y'all be recharged. Well, maybe I shouldn't say it that way. That sounds like some Room 130 shit. Cookie Crush chat, be recharging my batteries. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me stop. No Diddy. All right, damn. Smitty Boy says, I'm a descendant of the Undertaker. All right. That's a good one. Thanks, Smitty Boy. College of Natural Health Science says, Leonard, you won a Room 130 sponge bath certificate. Well, hey, listen, you keep that for yourself. I'm good. You go ahead and hold on to that. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Yo, wow. Shani says, Leonard, I love the psychoanalysis. You're definitely much better at it than Umar without the formal training. Yeah, well, the thing is that I've studied Umar enough, and I've studied enough in terms of psychology, and it's not because I studied psychology and then I studied Umar. It's because I've studied Umar and then I've researched things when I picked up different, different. You can tell, like, for instance, when Umar talks about money, he has a sense of entitlement. Like black people owe him money. Okay, well, where does that come from? Another thing is that I've noticed over the years, Umar never holds himself accountable. He always blames other people. It's always someone else's fault. So if you go type in psychology, what does it mean when a person blames other people? They never hold themselves accountable. Well, the narcissism personality traits pop up. Then I started looking into narcissism. I was studying narcissism back in the day, though. But as I've researched Umar more and more over the years, you start putting things, you can see it's very clear. Very, very clear, right? In my opinion. Okay. Thank you, Shani. The other thing too with Umar is even though he picked up a Psi D back in 2014, by that time he wasn't working as a school psychologist. He wasn't working as a psychologist or as a therapist, as he claims to have been. Even though a school psychologist and a therapist, that's different too. He said a child psychotherapist. He just throws all. So a lot of what Umar Johnson talks about, is not only is it antiquated, but then he infuses a lot of his own underlying issues. Like ADHD doesn't exist, even though he stated that he has it, but he says it doesn't exist. But ADHD, what it really is ain't no dad at home disorder, but his daddy wasn't at home. So if it doesn't exist, then it's like him not wanting to deal with the fact that his daddy wasn't present in his life because there's a trauma there. See, I've heard Umar say it. Some of you guys may have heard Umar. I listen to these types of things. Umar, he'll say stuff like, yeah, I got into psychology because I wanted to be there for, I wanted to so that there would be boys who had someone to talk to. Okay, he's talking about himself. He didn't have a father figure to talk to. And I can relate to that shit. I had uncles, though. Okay, I had cousins. The cousins probably wasn't the best people to go to because they was out there in the streets and shit. Eastside Piru. But I had cousins. I can go to them and talk with them. That was cool, I had some great uncles, great uncles. See, again, Umar, he doesn't have that. Remember, he gets shipped off at the age of 13, away from his family. Daddy's not present. So the point I'm getting at is that for Umar, he infuses a lot of that into his rhetoric when it comes to psychology, school psychology, A lot of that is his own personal traumas that haven't been resolved, and then he throws it all into the mix, and that's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. You have to come to the table. Well, I'll leave it right there. Anyway, it's fascinating though. I'll tell you that. Thanks, Shawnee. Your kids will see this has become a member again. Thank you so much. Yeah, again, I dropped the last segment of the documentary last week. Okay, it's good too. I worked really hard on that. It's good. I apologize. I don't want to be arrogant, but I liked it. I liked it personally. Like I can watch it in myself and that's good. That's interesting. And most of the time I'm ultra critical of whatever I do. But anyway. Thank you for becoming a member again. Check that out. And then Miss Sticky says, Lenon, you having a real family is the real win. Tuna can't say shit to you. Much respect. Well, thank you so much. In my opinion, the most important institution is the family institution. And a lot of the I shouldn't say it this way. A lot of shit Umar be talking about. It's coming from a vantage point of someone who doesn't understand the value of family, someone who doesn't understand the value of committing to a woman, someone who doesn't understand the value of being a father to your children, someone who doesn't see the value of having respect for women. I have a lot of respect for women. I've talked about this in the past. I'm more critical of men than I am of women. And that's why the people criticize me for. I don't give a shit. It don't make me no different. Okay. That's just how I am. Umar, he doesn't have respect. He don't have respect for anybody, but in particular for women, he don't like y'all. He don't like y'all. He sees you guys as inferior. That you're less than. I don't see women like that. I mean, real talk, y'all a blessing. Okay, again, I'm not religious, but God has some sense when you know what I'm saying. Let me wash my mouth. Let me wash my mouth. Excuse me. The point I want to make is that Umar doesn't understand the value of family, and that's why he's been running through these women for decades now and just created broken home after broken home after broken home. And they want to tell black men what we need to be doing. And then his nephew was talking about, and not to be like this, but his nephew said that he never saw them with a woman. And then we get the room 130 shit. Now, there's gay guys over the years that says some shit about me. It wasn't true. I didn't appreciate it. One of them said I sent him a booty pic. I'm bringing it back to the family thing. I'm bringing it back. I was offended by that shit. What kind of man? Why would you send a booty pic to anybody? I wouldn't even send that to my own wife. That's crazy. It don't make no for what? I don't get that. Anyway, I know it's a different times and younger people, they do stuff on social media. There's, but I'm old. I'm old school. Then the other guy said I took him on a date to go bowling because I was hungry. What the? That's why I did it, because I needed some food. I said, you guys on some bullshit. I was offended back then. It's funny now. It wasn't funny back then. Hey, I'm bringing all this up because Umar ran with that shit. There's other people who ran with that shit too. And fuck all y'all. Okay, because you're talking about someone who struggled as a husband and as a father, but stayed the course. You guys understand what I'm saying? And I'm the least gay person you guys gonna ever find. Real talk. Women be looking too good, the skin too soft, the mannerisms, how y'all talk, how y'all walk. Let me stop. God made it that way. So I can at least say that. But the point I'm making is that Umar ran with that. And then look where we're at today in 2026. But you see, if you weaponize homosexuality against heterosexual men who are dedicated husbands and fathers, that's wrong. That's the point I want to make. And Umar's done that. Meanwhile, he's the one up in there getting sponged and shit inside room 130. Hit the one. All right. And again, I want to say this, that I've struggled too. Okay, I've been lost. Okay, but I've always been committed to my wife. I've always been committed to my children. I've gotten lost along the way. I've made a lot of mistakes. Okay, and then God humbled me. Okay. If I had a time machine, there's a lot of stuff I would have changed. Okay. But as men, what we do is we hold ourselves. It was my fault. Hold yourself accountable. You figure out what you need to do better. You do that shit. And over time, things get better and better and better. That's what's happening with my life. Thank the Lord. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sticky, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Smart Barber says, I went down the rabbit hole looking into histrionics after you mentioned it, and I was astounded. It explains so much about Umar. Yeah. And that's something that, again, I was researching. I was like, okay, what does it mean? Let me do this. Histrionics, because this is a huge one. I did with Umar. Because you know, Smart Barbie, I remember when Umar did the block party. You guys remember the block party? And afterwards, he had this fake wedding. And I said, why do that? And Umar, he's dancing in the street, looking like a chef. And I said to myself, he's doing this for attention. It does. What does that have to do with educating black boys or black girls, for that matter? What does it have to do with uplifting the black community? If you're gonna have a fake fucking wedding, I apologize, but a fake fucking wedding, and you out here, and it's all about him. And I remember I said, what does that mean when people they're trying to get attention? And it's over the top, and histrionic pops up. Histrionics is exaggerated, dramatic behavior designed to attract attention. That's Umar. The SETI rant, that's histrionics. It's an act, but it's designed to get attention. Again, he's batshit crazy. He's emotionally unstable. He's crashing out. But for Umar, that attention, it feeds that ego. It feeds the narcissism. You guys know what I'm talking about when I talk about the fake marriages? See, I even to this day, I really don't understand why Umar did that. I kind of understand, but it just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. So maybe somebody else, maybe someone in the chat knows why. It makes no sense to me. It still doesn't make any sense to me. And he does it twice. Fake weddings and you know, carrying on and just it's histrionics. It's here. I'll mute the music. See this? Okay, this is the histrionics. He's designed to attract attention. It's over the top and unnecessary. You know, it's almost like I don't mean to say it this way, but it's like he's shucking and jiving. But look at all the women giving the attention and filming them. This feeds the ego. It feeds the narcissism. But it's all about Umar and him getting attention. It serves no real purpose except for Umar. It makes him feel important. See all this? Looking like a damn fool. This is where some of that donation money went to, by the way. You know, in that video recently with Umar, he says that he gets mad at people who said they ain't gonna donate, and he calls them an attention whore. That's projecting. I don't even like using that term, but that's a term he used. But that's Umar projecting. See all this? How old was Umar? This is in 2022. So Umar, what, he's about 48 years old at this time? Maybe 47. See this?
These two beautiful African queens all the way from Cleveland, Ohio. Put your hands together. And y'all know I'm Mr. 5'5", thick in the thighs, but stay focused.
See this?
Stay focused. I want to do my vows to the queens. First, I want to thank the Most High Lord for giving me two beautiful African women who are conscious and curvy, who can cook and I can confide in. I want to call on their ancestors, my ancestors.
See, this is all histrionics. He don't know none of these women like that. Okay, but he focuses on two things. What are the two things Umar focuses on, Cookie Crush chat? I thought I was going to be on here for just like 45 minutes. Oh, well. What are the two things that Umar focuses on? And he always focuses on this. And he associates these two things together. Come on. Somebody, this chat room is crazy. All right. Yeah, yams, cookies, and money. And what else though? Cookie, money, and one other thing. There's one other thing. Let me play it again. Watch, listen carefully. This goofy. Umar, he's something else. He always do this.
Well, put your hands together for these two beautiful African queens all the way from Cleveland, Ohio. Put your hands together.
What's up, Shay?
And y'all know I'm Mr. 5'5", thick in the thighs, but stay focused.
Okay, 5'5", thick in the thighs is dealing with the physicality. That's dealing with the sex, right?
Stay focused.
Whenever he says stay focused, that's stay focused from focusing on sex, but he's always focused on sex.
I want to do my vows to the queens. First, I want to thank the Most High Lord for giving me two beautiful African women who are conscious and curvy, who can cook, and I can confess.
See that? Conscious and curvy and can cook. Food and sex. That's why when Umar talks about cookies, food, that's a treat. It's usually sweet treats, right? Cookies being a euphemism for what? Vajayjay. As we used to say, coochie. As we used to say growing up. Y'all know people still say that, but that's what we used to say. People got all kind of shit they be saying on that. But we used to say coochie. So coochie is associated with food. That's why he calls it cookies. And then he gives the cookies different flavors that are associated with the skin color. That's Umar with the colorism. So he'll say pina colada cookies. Food, vajayjay, food, sex, and then skin color. Pina colada is the lighter skin black woman. He'll say warm peanut butter. He'll say dark chocolate. That's the darker skin. The colorism. He got all kind of shit he be saying. There's something wrong with him. Yeah. He said hot peanut butter one time. I said, what the fuck are you saying? I remember I said, what did he say? Yeah, he said hot peanut butter. One time he said warm salt. And I said, what are you talking about? Yeah, African lemonade is another one. This is all colorism. Okay, again, these are childhood issues with Umar. Hot fudge mocha. Mocha. Well, yeah, that was weird. One time he said green pistachio. I said, if this guy, shout out to Kogo. I said, this guy, African lemonade. He said hot salt, hot fudge. Yep. Sweet brown sugar. Yep. I should do a skit on that. I really should. I should really do a skit on that. Yeah. Butter pecan. Butter pecan is another one he always say. How's it going, Andrea? Yeah, something wrong with him. There's something wrong with him. The butter colored crack. You guys, my sunflower butter almond joy hazelnut spread and A&W root beer buddy cream. Not the buddy cream frosted lemonade black sweet tea queen. Somebody need to email that to me. That's crazy. My sunflower butter almond joy hazelnut spread A&W root beer buddy cream frosted lemonade black sweet tea queens. All right. Butter pecan. All right, let me get out of here. See, here we go. Yeah, he say honeycomb hideout. That's what Umar say. See, that's food. That's a treat. There's cookie. It's cooch. Key lime. Butterfingers. Butterfinger. All right. Snicker bar. He start talking about the old school candy from back in the day. All right, let me get out of here. Boy, this great. This chat room is nuts. Yeah, he said peaches and cream one time. I said, you freaky, you freaky frog. Okay, anyway, Smart Barbie, This is all of this is histrionics. Him doing all this and talking like this is all histrionics, but it also is expressive of Umar's sexual pervert. He's perverted. He's a sexual pervert.
And I want to call on their ancestors, my ancestors, to bless the union, keep us together, give us beautiful babies, and please bless me with a baby prince of Pan Africanism. It's overdue, brothers and sisters. But Lord, may we keep the family together. May we struggle together, love together, cry together, but smile together. Family is not always easy, but it's fulfilling.
Yeah, see, what's interesting is that he don't even take care of his own kids in real life, but he talking like this. Such a weirdo. Let me see if I can find the other block. I ain't looked at this stuff in such a long time. My goodness gracious. But he does a second one of these. He actually did one of these in college. It was a fashion show. Excuse me. And then afterwards, he did a fake marriage like he's doing right here. I think this. Oh, this is the 1/8 of a jar video.
Got an 1/8 of a jar. Got an 1/8 of a jar.
At least the bass player was getting it in, though. At least I'll say that. Good for you. He was getting it in. Yeah, I can't find the other one, but he does the same. I have it. I don't feel like taking the time. I'm being lazy. This was the block party from 2021. He had one in 2022 as well. Anyway, this is all histrionics with Umar. And then even when he talks about the vows, it sounds like Disney princess shit. That's what it sounds like to me. You know, I love you. You're the shining star of my heart. And you know, this topic. Here's the other one right here. And then they got the nerve to play Stevie. Boy, that's a shame. Don't do that. I'm a mute it, but don't do that. Don't put on Stevie. We wrong for that. We love us some Stevie up in this house. We raise our children on Stevie. Look at this clown with the Timu, what you call it. You need to cut it out. In the middle of the street too. See, and it'd be different if there was a commitment, like, you know, he was really committing to one of these women, or I guess if you living like that, to two of them. I don't get that either, but we don't teach his own. But no, this is all histrionics. This is all, see him? This is all for attention, nothing else. See? Yeah, and it does. It explains so much about Umar. And it wasn't until this block party where I said, wait a minute, why is he doing this? And what does it mean when you see people behaving like this? And that's where histrionics comes up with. I forget the term sometimes, but that's the term right there. Y'all can look it up. That's Umar to a T with the histrionics. Let me skip through. See, and again, the women, you know, mainly women, because dudes be like, this is some bullshit. I ain't staying around for this shit. And that's the one guy with that sponges hair probably stay around for it. Oh, I'm sorry. They got the babies on here too. This is so sad. This is just ridiculous. No shame. And I don't mean to be here to disparage the women, but we got to set higher standards than this. You know, this is someone who's a deadbeat, don't take care of his kids, got at least 3 baby mamas.
To my 2 lovely queens, I thank the creator for the both of you.
All right, they got their babies on here. One of these days, I gotta blur these babies up out of here. He actually does this too. This is all histrionics.
Join this because there's no reception.
Boy, this is some bullshit if I done ever seen none. It really is. Man. Anyway, this is all histrionics.
Natalie Montrese, who else? As a team from Sister Hanera,
Sister Keita.
It was a pleasure.
To see y'all next year. New York City Black Parent Boot Camp, October 2nd.
Yeah, see, it serves no purpose except to feed Umar's ego and to get him attention. But he lives off of that. Thanks, Smart Barbie. Miranda says, have you heard the song This My Type of Carrying On? It's like a Southern soul song. That's how I feel about the good times I have with Liddy the Kicker. Said, this is my type of carrying. No, I don't. Maybe if I heard it, because I don't be remembering stuff like that. If I hear the melody or hear the what you call lyrics, I'll be like, oh yeah, I know that. This my type of carrying. You know, I'm in the music. Carrying on. Nephew Jones. Let me see. More recent thing. Yeah, this is more. This is from 6 months ago. It's from somebody, Nephew Jones. I haven't heard this one. Charles. I walk inside the party with the cup in my hand. Is that the song you're talking about? I like it. Yeah, see, I like that. I like to dance. I ain't gonna lie, but I like that. The women getting it in too. Boy. Okay, thank you, Miranda, for the super chat. I appreciate it. I think that's what you talk about. You may be talking about something totally different. I don't know. Okay, but that song right there was cool. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Your kids will see. It says for the fake wedding. Is that the lady from the store he went to when he was out there with Marianne? Yeah. You see the connection? Good catch right there. He's talking about Cleveland. So he goes out there and he's acting a fool when he goes out there. It was like a salon or something like that. So this was in 2022. Yeah, Umar, he was really acting up in that video. I remember we first covered it. I was like, this guy, something wrong with him. Yeah, let me pull it up right quick if I can find it. Yeah, that's exactly. He was out there in Cleveland. I don't know if this was. I would have to further research to see if this was the time where he was actually recording. This may have been a time before that or after. I think it probably was after or before where he goes out there. Could be around the same time. But let me see if it comes up here. Actually, that would be in 2023 though, right? Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's not showing. No, here it is. This is in 2022 when he was out there recording, because I got the video right here where he's popping pills to get hyped up. Yeah, but I'm not seeing the video where he was in. I wish I had it populated, because that video right there is very telling. He was at a boutique. Oh, this is so sad. Oh, this video right here is so sad. Where they had the lady up there, the homeless lady sleeping on the steps at these abandoned buildings. Let me see if it comes up under boutique. Yeah, here you go, right here. Yeah, 2022, 8:30. Yeah, this is around the same time. Yep. Yeah, this was the same time he was out there recording Awaken. Shout out to Sister Marianne Lloyd. He was really tripping in this video.
Peace and Pan Africanism, brothers and sisters. Peace and Pan Africanism. This is King.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I'll use his bathroom. I'll let it play. I'll be right back.
King Kong Consciousness, Dr. Umar Tunde, and I'm about to expose a powerful black business to all of you right now. I'm about to expose a very powerful black-owned business right here in Cleveland, Ohio. You guys know I've been up here the past couple days filming a new movie that'll be coming out sometime this fall or winter. But I want to shout out to all my 5'5" thick in the thighs curvy women. Y'all always hear me talking about 5'5" thick in the thighs. Well, guess what? I found a 5'5" thick in the thigh shop, brothers and sisters. I found a 5'5" thick in the thigh shop. I'm right here at the black-owned, black woman-owned He Loves Curves. If you want to check them out, order some clothing for my curvy queens, my voluptuous queens, make sure you go to helovescurvesboutique.com. That's helovescurvesboutique.com. And right now I'm going to introduce you to the owner, okay? The woman who created this fabulous, fantastic business, the lovely Mrs. P. So I'm going to turn this around. Give me 1 second, gorgeous. And turn this one around. So, Mrs. P, introduce yourself.
Miss P is my right hand.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Sister Sharkia.
Hey,
Miss P is the other sister. Okay.
Right now,
I got you. Sister Sharkia. This is the owner. Sister Sharkia, born and raised Cleveland?
Yes.
Born and raised Cleveland. Tell us about the business. How long it been around? When did you get the idea? Because he loves curves. I love the title because I love curves. You feel me? But how did you come up with that name?
Okay, well, actually, when I was small, well, my name is Sharkia Campbell, as you heard him say it. I'm going to say it again. Sharkia Campbell, owner of He Love Curves Boutique. I also have 2 locations and a franchise, your girl trying to expand the brand. Now, I started the brand, actually, when I was younger. I was slim and curvy. At 24, I was diagnosed with lupus. This steroids blew me up, made me into a curvy plus-size woman. I lost my confidence. I had women down me, and I woke up and said I'm not about to let no one determine what size I am or how I should feel. So in the process, men still love me, every shape, size I was. So I created He Love Curves because I want to speak into women, give them back their confidence, give them back their sexy, and show them no matter what shape, size you are, men love it. So and if it's a she, hey.
You know, and that's all cool and everything, but this is just a little too much for my taste. You know what I'm saying? People do, you know, you do what you want to do, but it don't matter because, you know, my wife, we've been together, it's almost 25 years, and I'm good, but it ain't nothing wrong with appreciating a woman and the beauty, and, you know, it's beautiful. Hey, real talk. But this is a little bit too much out, in my opinion.
It is what it is. But actually, the twist of curves, it means a woman's smile, her personality, her confidence. That's what curves means. So I actually carry from small to 6X. There's some new arrivals I was trying on, you guys. And
She a pretty woman, that's for sure.
To get
For sure.
I do not do restock. I carry small to 6X. I don't do no restocks, but on jeans, which I have the best for my curvy ladies.
What's a restock? What does that mean?
You can follow me at He Love Curves Boutique 2. Also, you can follow me on Sharkia Such a Boss because I love making bosses. I have a new business called Here's the Game, where I help people get their business started successfully, a strong foundation, and I give you the game straight to it. I'm Sharkia Such a Boss, owner of He Love Curves Boutique 2. Make sure you...
Yeah. The thing is that she's a pretty woman. I just did that. All this is just too much. You know, that's almost like lingerie. And ain't nothing wrong with that either. I'm just saying for it to all be out like that. It's just too much. It's just too much.
Follow me. He loves.
And real talk, she's not that big, you know, especially for 2026. Like when we was coming up, you know, just a little bit of bigness and people, shit, you know, but nowadays that's what everybody want to be like that. Real talk. Like there's this one lady, it's a white lady, and she's on the news. She does news, and she got a whole bunch of negative people sending her all these negative messages because she's not even that big. Real talk. She's not that big. But people be talking all kind of shit about her weight and all this stuff. But she flipped it around. Good for her. She puts the comments up there and she keeps doing what she's doing. But the truth is she ain't even that big. Okay. You be tripping.
Curves Boutique.
He loves curves, family. This is where I'm going to be hanging out whenever I come to Cleveland, and I don't care if you hate. I'm at He Loves Curves. Give him the
it's just too much out. I'm sorry.
Website, give him the phone number, the address, the hours.
But y'all do what you won't do. That's y'all business.
Operation.
Yes, the website is www.helovecurvesboutique.com. My phone number is 216-272-7.
Oh no, don't give out your phone number. Let me skip through.
The clothing. Show the curve.
Yeah, Umar, you know Umar.
Curvy queens, what they can get. Show them a couple outfits. Okay.
Bodysuits, bad girl,
the leopard.
sexy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the car accident suit.
Umar. You hear Umar? Umar, you funny,
right?
Boy.
You wear that.
Listen, let me tell you something. Y'all go on my page, He Love Curves Boutique 2. It's like it's just painting on your body. It's just painting on your body.
You better cut it out. You better
see Umar getting excited. Freaky frog.
Cut it out.
Listen, then we got this next jumper. Look, y'all, this ain't China. This real.
Let me skip through because he goes into this other area, as well. I think it's this part right here.
Your business.
I'm an esthetician and I'm one of the owners of Power Flower Beauty and Aesthetics. I do lash extensions, waxes, facials,
Don't tell Umar that, because he don't like black people doing none of that. Black
massages,
women.
yoni steams, and I also can keep you.
That's a real thing? What kind of P. Diddy? What in the world going on? Is it? I mean, just wash yourself. You know what I mean? Keep yourself nice and clean. You ain't got to do all that. What in the world? Maybe I don't know. I thought Umar was making that up when he did the fish tank video, but evidently that's a real thing. The yoni steam. Well, you got it. What you steaming it for? I mean, that's like saying, I'm gonna get made, bro. I'm gonna get my balls steamed. That's great. That's wild. You know what I'm saying? You sit with your homeboy. Yeah, man, you want to play some basketball? Nah, man. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get these balls steamed. What in the world? But I thought Umar was making that up, but evidently it's a real thing. It's crazy. You know, my balls pH balance is a little off. That left testicle, it been acting up. It been acting crazy the last month. That left testicle always. All right. It's never a dull moment. It's never a dull moment with Umar. Umar watch this right now. He cracking up. Everybody say hi to Umar. He watching this right now, and he laughing his ass off, boy. All right. Anyway, I didn't know that was a real Somebody said boiled yam. What in the world? All right. I didn't know. And I listen, if that's what people need to do, whatever you got to do, that's some business. But you ain't gonna catch me getting my balls steamed. That's not gonna happen. How do you do that? You know what I'm saying? You could put a little fire on there. Put some. I don't know. I don't know. You steam it. Crazy. Boy, I tell you, let's move on. My goodness gracious. Man, you ever have a woman say, listen, I don't mean to bring this up. I love you, baby. I love you. But you got to get your balls steamed. It's nothing personal, dear, but you really got to. All right. That's crazy. All right. As long as you communicate in relationships, okay? You got to tell each other. Okay. I was shocked. She really said that.
Waxes, facials, massages, yoni steams, and I also can keep you company. And I also work.
Huh? Oh, good Lord. You kind of, what is this, a black conscious brothel? Yeah. Boy, listen, we know what that means, but we're going to leave that right. That's crazy. We know what that means. Somebody said, is that extra? Yeah, it's got to be extra. Okay. You're not going to get that for free. Man, this is crazy. Let's go.
Inside the boutique. So I'm a stylist too. I can help you style.
Now tell me about the Yoni theme. Why is it important for?
Here he go. Here he go. He got to focus on this. That's Umar. Can you show me, but can you talk to me about the Yoni Steve and give me an example? Can you give me an example? Umar, I need to see what that is for research. This guy.
Just to get that Yoni tune up.
Because we need to detox ourselves inside and out. So we need to go ahead and purify ourselves. Because, you know, sometimes we have bad menstruals. We need to clean ourselves out. And sometimes after having sex as well, ladies, we need to detox and clean ourselves out.
Okay.
Powerful, powerful. Now you just
Umar like, I don't give a shit about cleaning nothing. Powerful, powerful. You know what that means.
gave me a back massage. It was a great one. What led you into this line of work?
I just want to care. Well, I wanted to get some line of work for facials to help my people of color, my family, understand how important it is to take care of your skin. So that's what led me into this whole thing.
That's powerful. Very, very powerful. And how can they reach you?
I'm on Instagram at Chrissy_the_ST. So that's KRISSY_THE_ESTI.
Got you. Powerful.
ESTI. ST. What you say? Goodness.
Thank you for that, Sister Christy.
I thought you said STD. I said, oh my goodness.
This brother in here, you got a business in here, King?
Yes, I am.
Talk to us.
I'm a photographer.
Woo, this the photographer right here. I'm jealous of you, brother, because you take all the pictures of the curves.
Everyone.
You take all the pictures with the clothes and without the clothes. Oh man, how did you get into how do you become a 5'5" thick in the thighs photographer, brother? How do I get into that business, my brother?
I ended up doing it from my brother. He ended up getting married in DR, and I wanted to learn how to do photography. So my older brother was he's a photographer as well.
Yes,
he
sir.
showed me photography. I shot out there. I fell in love with it. I had a job for 15 years. I quit it, and I started just to do this full time. So I'm like 2 years in now.
Okay.
So it's just everything. I started shooting out my house. After I started shooting out my house, Sharkia gave me the opportunity. It was like, hey, take that back room, turn it into a studio. That's yours.
Powerful.
And it just was. It's ever since, like, I ain't go to school for it, so I feel like a
Self-trained. Yes, sir. Gordon Parks legacy.
Yep, absolutely.
Now, what's the greatest part of your job? Doing the photography for these beautiful women.
Man, it was really, truly meeting people.
Powerful.
If I could meet 1 million people in my lifetime and have a good conversation out of it, I gain more than taking their portrait.
Okay.
You know, like, and that's the main thing out of it. So, and it's to be great too, to be better than yesterday.
Got you.
That's how
Powerful.
I definitely want to do
Powerful.
it. So
Powerful.
I feel good about that.
Thank
man.
you, King.
Appreciate you.
All right, y'all, listen.
All right,
You see, Umar saw that white lady go by. You see that? He put the camera over.
To be better than yesterday.
Got you.
That's how I
Powerful.
definitely want to do
Powerful.
it. So
Powerful.
I feel good about that.
Thank
man.
you, King.
See that right there? See him? Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you.
All right, y'all, listen.
All right, we back.
That was a medium.
Sharkia is back. Now, you know what, Sharkia? That first dress was nice, but this the one.
Listen,
This the one right here. This is the one.
Oh,
we got
she
on the
changed.
one. This
Okay.
is it. This the one.
and it green from small to 3X, ladies.
Small
Okay,
to-
you ain't got to do all that. Let me just, I apologize. Everybody got blowed off. Let's see what he's on.
Let's go. Tell them what you do.
I'm Finesse Auto Paso. I own Finesse Auto Detailing. I clean anything from a car to a house to...
Good for him. At least they got it running their business. It's good for them. There he go. I think he sneak kissed her too. Let's see.
You heard him. FDMG Festival. A bunch of us coming from Cleveland.
See them all up on her. He's such a perv.
Cleveland, I'm going.
Just invading her space. I mean, don't even ask for permission. It's just weird. You shouldn't do that anyway. Shit, but at least say, hey, listen, can I come back? I wouldn't even do that. I gotta ask my wife. Can I come behind you and just while you doom scrolling and just stand here? So you gotta get your ass away. I was like, okay. Umar, he don't no boundaries with this guy.
Take it back to me. Okay, hold on. I gotta bear with. Somebody asked me. Oh, right here. Yes, I have him online. I'm sorry I couldn't answer you, but he was talking, so I didn't want to just break up in the middle of it. But y'all, it's us. This is love, y'all. Dr. Umar came up in Cleveland. He's shooting his movie, but he said, I'm about to show some love to all the black businesses, y'all. That is hard to get and hard to do, but he giving us blessings. And guess what? We about to get this man a photo shoot. All y'all amazing followers.
Oh, so this is the photo shoot for the movie. Y'all see this? Wow. And he had that bumpity bump in the video, in the picture. Hold on one second. Wow. Yeah, I gotta have this in at least that part in the documentary, not all this other stuff. But I'm gonna have to put that in the documentary. Yeah, did y'all catch that? Hit the one. So let me see. Yeah, here it is right here, film promotion. Yeah, wow. I just, and even if you look at what Umar has on here, the shirt. Now let's look at the, yep, that's it. You guys see this at the one? Yeah, it's interesting to put these pieces together because I haven't gone back and looked at and watched that video when Umar was out there. And I think this is, yeah, this is from the 31st where they went live. Yeah, so this, I can't remember the timeline. Yeah, so yeah, I got to put all this together in the timeline just when he was out there. But you all see the issue with his lip right there? That's that bumpity bump acting up. And then he has a nerve to be sneak kissing these women. Here is after they have their falling out with Tariq Nasheed back in 2011. No, this isn't 2011. This is 2000. I want to say 2017, maybe. But here's another example of how Umar has these issues with the bumpity bump. But what's bad about it is that he kisses these women. He doesn't ask for permission, but he'll kiss them. I call it sneak kissing. He has a long history of this type of behavior. Yeah.
Thank y'all for the love and support, not for just us, but for him. Uplift him.
Yeah, you can see it there. It's reversed though because of the camera, but you can see it there.
Oh, let's not forget September. Y'all guess what September 10th? Guess what? You heard him. FDMG Festival. A bunch of us coming from Cleveland. I'm gonna be there. I'm pulling up with the team. I'm pulling up.
She's pulling up with all the curves and a whole team full of curves.
Yeah, this is Umar's way of trying to get people to come out because basically he's promoting them because, you know, curvy and all this stuff. So yeah, men, make sure you come out. He's a trip. That beef with Tariq, that was in 2018. No, that was the end of 2017. No, 2018. No, it was into 2017. Yeah, but it goes into 2018. I'll cover that inside the documentary.
But we must stay focused, brothers.
We must stay focused.
We must stay. It's consciousness over the cookies.
There he go. He has to mention it.
Politics over the Bunani, revolution over the romance, business before the bedroom. But September 10th, FDMG, 601 East 17th Street in Wilmington. She coming with a whole team of curvy queens. We must stay focused.
Must stay focused. Y'all must stay focused. Y'all got to. Because y'all know.
Boy, cut it out, lady.
I'm coming to slay. And guess what? I'm bringing gift cards. I'm giving them out. My slims and curvies, I ain't talking. I'm giving out cards. I'm giving them out. I don't even care. Who cares? God got us.
We in
Umar, quit all this. I don't know what you call that.
the building.
We in the building.
Cleveland 216. I love y'all.
We love you guys.
Movie premiere coming soon. Movie premiere coming soon. One love.
We're about to do this photo shoot.
All right, so that's when he did the photo shoot for Awaken. Yeah, it's interesting to be able to put these pieces together. And I'll remember, my mind works that way. I'll remember the document. I say, okay, wait a minute. Yeah, that video right there, that's when they did the photo shoot, and I'll put it together in a timeline, so forth and so on. Yeah, he's too close. I don't think he sneak kissed her, but he does have a habit of sneak kissing these women with the bumpity bump. Just ridiculous. Okay, let me get to the rest of these super chats. We're not gonna have time to get to the comments I want to address because there were some really good comments from the last couple of live streams. I will be back on tomorrow. I'm actually off tomorrow, so are you all still, is anyone still snowed in? Let me know in the chat room. Because if so, I can come on here earlier and just hang out. I'll be working on the documentary tomorrow. But I will come on with the live stream as well. Okay, so let's see, where are we at here? I got the fake wet. Okay, that's how we got onto this. Thank you. Your kids will see this. Thank you so much. Black Mars says, I will never look at sponges the same. I can't even wash dishes no more. Yeah. You notice Umar, he's been silent on the whole scrub daddy situation. He hasn't mentioned anything. And again, he used to call me gay all the time. I didn't appreciate it. Nowadays, listen, people can say what they want to because people have lied on me on a whole host of different things. You know, and what I tell myself is just part of it. If I wasn't covering let me rephrase it. If I wasn't reporting on Umar, I wouldn't have any of that. But it's because I've reported on Umar, so I recognize that it's just part of this the coverage and everything that goes into it, right? But you notice he hasn't mentioned it at all, you know. But the thing is that Marianne has the receipts. He can't say anything. And I was telling people way in advance before she talked about what took place in room 130. I was telling her because she had told me about the video way before she got the settlement. Umar paid her out of court settlement because he didn't want that video coming out or videos coming out because there's more. That's just one of the things. Anyway, yeah. Room 130 with the sponge daddy. Yep. Thanks, Black Mario, for super chat. I call How Tech says fake weddings are weird as hell. Who does that? Yeah, but again, there's two things here. One, Umar, a lot of what he does is reliving past experiences. So as an example, him being shipped off to boarding school, him wanting to create FDMG as a boarding school, it comes out of that experience. Right? Even now he talks about the corporal punishment part of it. You know, if your child acts up, we're gonna have a black room, we're gonna take them to the back and pound their damn chest in. Okay. He talks about he wants to turn the boys into black Rambos because that's all comes out of Umar's experience, childhood experience of being shipped away to this military academy. It's ROTC. Well, the same thing with the wedding. There's two parts. The wedding part of it is the histrionics and Umar wanting attention, anything he can do to get attention. It also fulfills this idea that Umar wants to actually marry a woman. I don't think he does. I don't think he likes women. Real talk. I mean, he'll use y'all for sex. But in terms of really genuinely caring for you, you're just an object to dominate sexually. And then he moves on to the next. I don't think he likes women, period. Okay, that's why he was talking about man jaw and all this other shit. So the wedding, I think it fulfills this idea, notion, at least in his followers' mind, that he really wants to get married. He wants to have two queens. That's why he acts this out. It's a fantasy, but a lot of what Umar does is smoke and mirrors. It's a fantasy, it's delusional shit. So I think that's part of it because there are people who believe that he actually got married. But I think the other aspect of wanting, again, to relive past experiences, such as when he was in college, they had a fashion show, because that was part of this. It was a fashion show, and then there was the fake wedding. Well, he had that experience when he was in college. There was a fashion show, and then he participated in a fake wedding. So he redoes it, I don't know, 15, 20 years later. Okay. He's an interesting character. Thank you for the super chat. Johnny says his histrionic personality disorder is classified under ICD-10 code F60.4. HPDs have unstable emotions and a distorted self-image. That's Umar. Okay, Umar, his emo, I've talked about this for years. He's emotionally unstable. I mean, I can give you plenty of examples of Umar. The SETI rant is probably one of the preeminent examples. I think though even his rants against his baby mamas, those are preeminent examples. Yeah, he doesn't rage to the same degree as he does when he talks about the SETI rant, but in terms of you can tell the amount of anger and hatred in Umar. It's just boiling. It's boiling over. You know, plus he's talking about women, so he can't get on there like he was talking about SETI because he's talking about a man. So I think in his own mind, he figured, okay, I can go in like this, but either way, he's unstable emotionally. Whereas when he's talking about these women, the baby mamas, and you can still, it's the same hatred. I think it's even deeper seated hatred that he has for these baby mamas. But he had to contain it to such a degree, even though he was acting out, he was emotionally unstable, he was still raging and crashing out. He was able to contain it to a certain degree to where it doesn't come off as if he's an abuser of women, even though, in my opinion, he is. So yeah, unstable emotions, yes, and then of course, distorted self-image. That's dealing with also the narcissism too, because Umar, the grandiosity is so far over the top. A distorted self-image wherein Umar perceives himself to be the Black Christ or the Black Messiah, or he believes that he's on the level of a Malcolm X or Martin Luther King. He talks like that too. He's the greatest. He's the most requested scholar. Okay, that's a distorted self-image. Okay, he's a bum from Philly. He's a deadbeat daddy. He don't take care of his kids. Listen, I'll even say, Shawnee, even Umar, when he talks about, you know, how, even though he's talking about sex, when Umar talks about sex dealing with women, it has more to do with Umar seeking to fulfill his sexual desires than anything else. It's nothing substantive. It's about him. It's all selfishness. But I also think that it fits into this distorted self-image that Umar presents as if he's a masculine, heterosexual male. Hit the one. And yet Umar has never given a story. In all of my research he's been committed to a Black woman for any extended period of time, or to a woman for any extended period of time. He's never been married. 51. Not even common law. But he'll do a fake wedding. So you notice when he does this fake wedding, you notice he doesn't have family members there. He doesn't have friends or family members there. These are just people, random people they show, because that's the histrionics. It's about the attention. Distorted, but it fits into his distorted self-image too, because it makes it appear as if he is exclusively a heterosexual Black male. But based upon the Room 130, I know that that's not true. Does it matter? Not necessarily, except for the fact that it's hypocritical. Because if you're bisexual, you're bisexual. And oh well, that's your business. But look at how many years Umar calls me gay. Well, I got a family. I got a wife. I got kids that I take care of to the best of my ability. And I don't want people to think that somehow I'm taking a shot at the LGBT community or gay people in particular, gay men in particular, because I don't have that mentality. Okay, real talk, I don't. But it's hypocritical for someone like Umar to pretend in this way. But it fits into a distorted self-image as a masculine, heterosexual Black male. When in point of fact, Umar's quite sassy. I'm gonna just be real with it. He's sassy. No shot at gay men either. Okay? He's very sassy. His mannerisms are sassy. He be doing like this and shit. No, See, men, we don't expose this area like that. Y'all know what I'm talking about? That's like we always like this. Women, they all be going like, hey, like this and shit, because it's different. Ain't nothing wrong with it. For women, it's attractive. For a man to see that. We don't think about it, but it's just that God made it that way. I'll just say it that way. Okay. I don't want to say nature, whatever. But if you look at Umar's mannerisms, it's very this. Okay, he lacks muscle mass. That's another part of the issue too with this guy. Not to be going there, but the point is that this is a distorted self-image. That he's a and not just a masculine heterosexual male, but a hypersexual masculine heterosexual male. But he don't like women. Again, just because he has sex with women don't mean that he like y'all. See, a lot of what Umar, and I don't mean to go here, but shit, he called me gay for a half a decade. Cut it out. And now look where we're at today. Like I said, if you gay, that's your business. Don't make me no difference. I even told my kids, I said, listen, if you guys, I'm gonna love you no matter what. I'm gonna support you no matter what. If you gay, if you bi, you lesbian, or there's other ones, queer. I don't even know some of that stuff. They be talking about it. The younger people, they know more about that. With my generation, we don't. You got to go study. I told them, I'm gonna love you anyway. I'm gonna support you anyway. Because I've seen parents who they've they not expelled, but their children, they just dismiss their children outright because of the child's sexual orientation or gender or whatever. I don't understand that either, but hey, listen, I'm here to excuse the ignorance. At the end of the day, if it's my child, I'm gonna love my child no matter what. Okay. And so with Umar, a lot of this is he wants to project a distorted self-image as this hypersexual masculine heterosexual male, when in point of fact, he's none of those things. Real talk. And then they have an overwhelming desire to be noticed and are easily influenced. Yeah, the one thing, and I've said this in the past, in all fairness to Umar, I have not, the overwhelming desire to be noticed, with Umar, but the easily influenced, that's a more difficult part of this. I will say this, that there are times where we've stated things here on this show over the years that influenced Umar to do certain things. Even Umar trying to set up his Instagram page to monetize, it was a failure. I already knew it was going to be a failure. He did that because I suggested that he do it. But the difference is that he doesn't understand how social media works, and he would have to fully restructure his approach to social media and his Instagram page in order to make that functional. There's other things he would have to do too, that he's because he's lazy. He's not reliable. See? So even Umar, I would propose, this could be an overstatement, I would propose that even Umar acquiring these abandoned buildings about 7 years ago was a result of myself and other people at that time seeking to hold him accountable and reporting on him. Talking about doing videos on him. I think that was part of it too. So in that sense, I think that he's easily influenced. I don't think he realizes it. There's other examples I can give too. But in terms of Umar as a megalomaniac and wanting to maintain power and control, I don't think that that's something that he will ever budge on. I think that that's ingrained in his personality type. And that unless he goes and gets coping mechanisms via therapy, that's not going to change in him. All right. Thank you, Shani. Okay, we're going to start winding this down. We still got about 1,100 people in here. Thank you guys so much. And we got over 600 likes. Thank you so much. Thank you guys, everyone, for all the super chats too. I didn't mean to be on here this long. Okay. And I saw that some people are still snowed in. If you're snowed in tomorrow, hit the one. I'm gonna look at one more time because I may get in here earlier on tomorrow. At least if I take a break from, I'm off tomorrow. If I take a break from editing the documentary, I can get up on here. TJ says, where are my mocha, hot fudge, almond joy, butter pecans, hot peanut butter, and 31 flavors at? Yeah. Another thing, TJ, and I don't have the video, but Umar, there's a video from, and I wish I had. There's probably about 4 or 5 videos that I don't have that I wish I had. One was when Umar told the story about how the children are going to learn how to fly helicopters, and when you come visit them at the boarding school, FDMG, that you fly to the airport, your children pick you up in the helicopter and then fly you back to the school, which would mean that the school would have to have either a landing pad or an area for, it's just ridiculous. The children going to be flying a helicopter. Another one is when Umar, his daddy got online and admitted that he was not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. There's no blood relationship, no genetic relationship. And he explained why with the DNA test. I don't have that video. But There's another video where Umar, he's sitting inside a hotel room and acting about as sassy as you can be. And he's eating Haagen-Dazs. And he's talking about how he's trying to eat healthier, but he's not giving up his Haagen-Dazs. But the way that he says it, it's, listen, I can't give up my, doing all like, I can't give up my Haagen-Dazs, family. I can't. I said, what the, now nowadays with the room on 30, I can look back and say, whoa, right? Back then, it was just really strange. So part of what I'm getting at outside of the room on 30 situation is that a lot of this, when Umar talks about the different flavors, it's associated with different flavors of ice cream. Not exclusively ice cream, but mainly different flavors of ice. So think about it. Mocha, hot fudge, right? Butter pecan, hot peanut butter, whatever. There are 31 flavors, you see? So Umar, in his own mind, he conflates ice cream, treats, things that are sweet with the JJ. But he also associates these different flavors with skin color. That's deep, isn't it? He's something else. But it's all sexual deviancy. Real talk. Thank you, TJ. Okay, and we almost done. Enterprise says he's such a damn clown. I want to send a message to his followers. This dude is not a leader, not a messenger, has a thief. He's a thief and a cyber bum. Yeah, the thing is that here in 2026, it's clearly apparent to me that most of the Umar Johnson followers who believed in FDMG no longer believe in FDMG. I'm talking about the followers that go way back years. Now, they may still follow him for other reasons. Maybe they like his rhetoric when he's talking about, he don't really talk about it as much as he used to, the school to prison pipeline or special education or the snow bunny crisis, whatever. But in terms of FDMG as something that is probable, most of his followers from back in the day, they don't believe that anymore. They know it. Now, in 2026, again, in about a week and a half, Umar, he's supposed to be making an announcement out of FDMG. I think he's just going to make another grand opening, a school announcement, the next grand opening, but I already have a list right here of the different ones. That's why I want to preemptively have this up here on YouTube so people can, hopefully other people can watch this and report on this. Here are some of the dates in terms of grand opening dates. So if he sets one for 2026 or 2027, it's likely, based upon the past and what we've seen in the past, that the school will not open unless Umar pretends as if he opened up the school, which I think he may do. He may just pretend. He have some people up there act like it's all open and all this stuff, but it's not, legally or otherwise. But that will be enough for his followers to get revitalized and send him money, and they're going to go crazy on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, talking about, hey, we told y'all was lying about Umar. No. Here are all of the grand opening date changes minus one, plus there's a whole lot more, I'm sure, that I have not found yet. Including, there's one for September 2026.
Children, 1 year. Umar Johnson does not finish that sentence, but it is fair to assume that Umar Johnson was going to say that he would start with the children 1 year later. 1 year later would be September of 2026.
Okay, so September of 2026. Now, Umar may say in August of 2026. He may say August of 2027. He may say both over the course of the next year and a half. Who knows, right? But the point that I'm making here is that his followers, there's a lot of his followers, they're waking up, specifically dealing with the FDMG school scam. Again, like they may enjoy his other commentary or what have you, and whatever. But specifically dealing with this FDMG school scam, there's a lot of people they just don't believe in it. And the truth of the matter is that if they go back in time and if they've done the research going all the way back to 2010, where Umar posts on his Facebook page in January of 2010, if they did the research and they went back and just read what Umar posted there, that really should be enough. And this is what he posted. I've shown this hundreds of times. January 6, 2010. This is 16 years ago. promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black boys specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Look at the grand opening, September 11th, 2013. This is Chestnut Checkers, and here we are in 2026, January 28th of 2026. And Umar, since that time, he's changed the grand opening date approximately 28, 29 times. It's probably over 30 because there's other dates that I just have not put in here or that I haven't found in my research. But the point is that this should be more than enough. Okay, that graphic and this right here should be more than enough for anyone to know that this is nothing more than a long con. Because ultimately, Umar's been collecting money this whole time. And let's be clear about something else. It's not about the school. That's just a carrot that he dangles in front of the donkeys. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful to you donors. Okay, he dangles in front of the donors to keep the donors engaged. And he just dangles it, losing progress, and they keep sending him money. He's been at this for such a long time. Not one black child's been educated, millions of dollars. Right? Okay, thanks, Enterprise. Black Morrow says, does an eighth of a job mean you get an eighth of a paycheck? I don't know. I don't know what that meant. Even when we first heard it, we were trying to figure out what they were saying. And someone had looked it up. It's a song. And the lyric is, I got an eighth of a job. I thought it was eighth of a jar. That's what I thought it was. It's always something with this Umar Johnson side when we trying to figure out, like, what is going on? What did they say? Did they really just say that? You know, it's always something. But that was a classic moment because we spent about 30 minutes trying to figure that one out. And again, the bass player was getting it in. I got to give him credit. Shout out to Black Mario. Ms. Bertha says, I do notice how there's not too many people are present at Umar's events anymore, not as hype as it used to be. Umar's going down. Yeah, you're right. Again, in his heyday, he used to pack out venues, and it wasn't just people in the quote unquote black conscious space, but there were people who were professionals who would come out to listen to Umar. I mean, they would come in dressed in suits, they would take notes and everything. Those days are long past. I mean, even when I show, if I show people this right here, and we go and I show videos where he's saying, giving these different grand opening dates and changing one over and over again. If you track this even from 2013, you know, and what Umar looked like, how he presented back then, and then you just follow it over time, he just deteriorates. It gets worse and worse and worse. So that's part of it. Part of it is that Umar, he's fallen off to such an extreme degree that people don't follow him like they used to, don't pack out venues like he used to. There was a time when Umar didn't have to beg for people to find him a venue. Okay, but over the last, I would say, 4, maybe 5 years, he claims to be the most requested, but he's always begging for people to find him a venue. Yeah, but it wasn't always that way. Another dynamic to this too, Ms. Vernon, because it's not just Umar and all of his shenanigans, but more and more people realize he's a charlatan and a scam artist. So there's organizations, and we've covered this over the I've reported on this. There's organizations that would send Umar money to come to speak, and he wouldn't show up, and then wouldn't refund him. He scammed King Randall out of, I think it was like $3,000, something like that. And then when King, and this has been a documentary for sure, when we covered it, when King Randall asked for the money back, the last thing Umar said to him was, "Nigga, please, nigga, please." That's the type of person we're dealing with. I mean, that's theft. If King Randall wanted to, he can actually sue Umar for that. But there's other people who sue Umar to try to get money that they were owed. But see, Umar's done that to a lot of organizations and in the Black conscious community for decades now. So his reputation precedes him. There's another dynamic to this, is that Umar has a long history of being predatory towards the women in these organizations. Where he comes onto the scene, he may come through for a day or 2 or 3 days, but while he's there, it's all chaos. He's just trying to figure out a way to get these women to come back to his hotel motel room. He's been like this for a long time. Same thing when he went out to film Awaken. That was one of the big issues. Okay, he wasn't there for business. He's there to record, but he wasn't handling business. He was trying to sexually exploit, and he did some of these women out there that was in the film. He had one young lady that he kicked out. I think it was 4 a.m. He kicks out because allegedly he doesn't want people to know that she was there when they come to pick him up in the morning. So he kicks her out. 4 a.m. She ain't got no place to go. And he physically picks her up and throws her out, manhandles her. She's punching on him and everything. And yet he has a metrosexual man go up over there after, I think it was after 2 a.m., something like that. And he stays the night. Umar says he slept on the couch. Ain't no couch in there, room 130. Ain't no couch in there. He slept in the bed with Umar. So he'll kick the that's what I'm saying. He don't like you women. It's just to get the sexual gratification, but he don't give a shit. What kind of man has a heterosexual man, real talk, won't have another man come to sponge his hair and wash his hair and shit after 2 a.m. and then stay the night and sleep in the same bed? What kind of, come on, cut it out. We know what's going on there. And if you living like that, just live your life. Live your life and own it. Girl, let me stop. I'm being petty. Girl, I'm being petty. I shouldn't do him like that. I don't want to shame him for it. That's the thing. I'm goofing off. I apologize. I shouldn't do that. Right? But he kicks out the young lady. She was young. I already did the research. But he lets that metrosexual male stay the night and sleep in the same bed with him. See, so it's things like this over time. Everywhere he goes, he causes chaos. He steals money. He's chasing after the coots, and in some cases chasing after other things. If y'all catch my thing, to catch my drift about the thing, you see. So reputation precedes him. So here we are in 2025. Here we are in 2026, but in 2025, 24, you see a massive fall off with Umar. So it's these different factors that have contributed to this. See? That's his own undoing. That's like I said in the past. He said everything that he needed to be successful. He could have just done the speaking circuit and made crazy money. But he's such a sexual deviant. He wants to exploit Black people financially and sexually. That at a certain point, all that catches up. It reaches critical mass. And that's where Umar's at these days. Ain't nobody's fault but his. That's all. Anyway, I'll leave it right there. Thanks, Ms. Vernon, for the super chat. TJ says, Lenon, look up the term cult of personality. Yeah. We've covered that. Yep. Cult of personality. A cult of personality is the often state-sponsored excessive adoration, public worship, and unquestioning devotion to a charismatic political or religious leader. Utilizing propaganda, media manipulation, and rallies, it elevates leaders to a quasi-divine status, often associated with totalitarian or authoritarian regimes like Stalin, USSR, or Nazi Germany. And part of this too is Umar. He tried his best to create a cult. Okay, but then the cult personality is an aspect of this. Okay, I know this says state-sponsored. There's people who ask the question, do you think that Umar has handlers and states? No, I don't think so. I think he's too unhinged for that. But in terms of the need for excessive adoration, public worship, and unquestioned devotion, he expects that from his followers. It's a cult aspect of this. He can turn on the charisma when he needs to. Right? He called himself the Black Christ, the Black Messiah. That ties into the religious leader aspect, and then charismatic political leader, I guess. Right? But total totalitarian, total authoritarian. That's Umar. How he sees and how he views Black people is that Black people are under him, and he's in control of Black people. That's why he has such an extreme sense of entitlement. And it's not just to Black people's money, but also to Black women's cooch. He thinks that way, but not because he loves you or he cares for you, but because he sees something that he deserves to fulfill his sexual gratification and his sexual needs, which he would fulfill that with whatever he can fulfill that with. Okay, men or women. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, TJ, for the super chat. Appreciate it. This Island Original says, "Hey, Leonard, maybe Umar is really looking for the Mr. Good bar." All right. Listen, I don't want people to think that I'm trying to shame Umar for the room. I'm not. I'm really not. Okay. I hope I'm not coming off like that. I really do. Again, I give myself a little bit of a leeway simply because for half a decade, Umar's been calling me gay, and there's people who picked that up and ran with it. So I think is it a little petty? Yeah, it's a little petty, but I think it's fair. Yeah, maybe he is looking for Mr. Good. Hey, whatever. That's whatever he want to do, that's on him. Okay, we got to wind. It's getting late. We still got 1,100 people in here. Shout out to Cook Rush Chat. If you enjoyed the show today, make sure you hit that like button. It helps to get this out to the algorithm. algorithm. I apologize. Thank you for the super chat instead of Mr. Goodbar. My favorite candy bar back in the day was Butterfingers, and then Snickers. Snickers for a while, but then it was Butterfingers. Yeah, those were my favorites back in the day. Yeah, but they got all kind of stuff nowadays. Yeah, you can get back then you can get a Butterfinger for 25 cents. I kid you not, 25 cents, and you can get a Snicker bar for 25 cents. I remember you can get some stuff you can get for 15 cents back in the day. You can't get shit now. You going to Walmart with 10 cents, you ain't coming out with nothing. You forget about that. Anyway, thank you for super chat. Sing it, bro. That's from about an hour ago. Okay. Thank you, Miranda. D. Will says, seriously, how many folks' businesses Umar been in loud, belligerent, and hollering? Like, come on, bro, let these people promote their business. Yeah. The thing is that because there's people say, well, you didn't even acknowledge that he promotes the business. No, what he's doing is histrionics. That's what he's doing. He does that for the attention that it brings him, not because he's trying to promote that business. So let me explain something. If Umar was serious about promoting these businesses, what he would do is on his social media page, instead of posting bullshit on there all the time, and he posting on their gang of times. This guy be on his Instagram all the time and Facebook. What you do is two things. One, you post a meme or an advertisement, if you want to call it that, on your social media. And make it business. Don't be yelling and screaming, talking about cookies and hot fudge and pina colada and all this. Don't do all that. Keep it business. Don't be talking about yoni steams and all. Don't do all that. You make it professional. And see, Umar, I'm leaving right there. The point is he could do, that's what he should be doing. And he does that. And then secondarily, what he should have been doing is once a week, maybe twice a month, maybe. He gets online and he specifically goes down a list of Black businesses that he promotes, and then he has a website that he directs people to that has these businesses archived where people can go on there as a resource page, and if they can order stuff online and support Black businesses like that. And then if you put in this code, they'll give you a discount. How about that? But not Umar. See, it has to be performative. It has to be over the top. He has to come in yelling and screaming and why? Because it has to be attention all on Umar. That's the histrionics. Okay? And then totally unprofessional. Just so unprofessional. Thanks, D. Will. What's up, Mrs. Monica? Shout out to my African Lenorians. What in the world? What's the African Lenorian? Good question. That's crazy. Yeah. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. I hope you're doing all right, Mrs. Monica. Thank you for super chat. Also, thanks to D. Will for super chat as well. Brandon became a new member again. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. TJ sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. We got to get up out of here, y'all. It's getting late. And then Embrace Change said, you should listen to Frank Ocean Crack Rock. Describes Umar's life perfectly. I also once asked Umar that same question I sent you. He was mad. What question was that? Let me go back. And I know I've asked you before, but if you ever want to come on, you're welcome to do so. Even if you want to do it offline, not as a live stream, and I can put a voice modulator on your voice, and we can take out any personal identifiable information. So this is the question that Embrace Change asks Umar. What type of person do you think? Okay, so what type of person were you before the scams and lies, and what caused a shift? Yeah, I'm sure he would get upset about that. I'm sure he would. And see, it's a missed opportunity though too, because Umar, even being asked that question, that could set him on course to really figuring out where all this comes from to where he's at, where he's at today in his life. How did he get there? So that's the thing. I don't think Umar realizes because how he got to where he's at. I don't think he has the self-awareness needed in order to do that, to acknowledge, okay, this is where I'm at in the first place, because he lives in a delusional state. This is really where I'm at. I'm homeless. I'm unemployed. I don't take care of my children. I'm living off my mama in Section 8 housing. I've lied about FDMG opening 28 different times, whatever it was. And this goes on and on and on. You know, I don't have my own vehicle. You know, I'm sexually exploiting these black women. I got other issues with the scrub daddy situation with room 130. Okay. But to realize these things, and it could be an opportunity for Umar to make changes, and whatever changes that need to take place in order for him to live a more fruitful a life. But see, he lives in, for one, he lives in a delusional state. But the other thing is that his personality type is such that he believes that, you know what I really think? I think Umar, he lives in a delusional state because he can't cope with the reality of his situation. So it's easier for him to say, I'm the most repressive scholar. You know, I'm a school psychologist when he's not. For him to say that, you know, I have 6 degrees, you know, I have 2 schools and 4 buildings, you know, I'm the greatest scholar of the 21st century, all this stuff. I think that that's more of a coping mechanism, but he's not dealing with the reality of his situation. And nothing's going to change for him until he does so. So if you ask the question, you know, what caused this shift in your life? Yeah, he'll get upset. It's called a narcissistic injury because he's going to have to face reality that he doesn't want to face. And I'm gonna tell you, if you don't face your reality, however grim it may be, or you know, even if it's not so bad, nothing's going to change for the better in your life. I'm living proof of that. And above all else, you have to either humble yourself or you will be humbled. And it's better for you to humble yourself than to be humble. Okay, trust me, I know. Right? Yeah. So I'm not particularly surprised by that. You know, it'd be interesting to see exactly what the conversation was if you ever want to talk about it, and you know, what did he say, and you know, how did he respond exactly, just to get further insight into how Umar is. But yeah, he has a very difficult time dealing with his reality, and I get it, I understand. But on the other hand, nothing's going to get changed for the better in his life until he deals with the reality of the situation, and then start making an attempt, at least an attempt, to start and implement corrective measures to get his life back on track. All right. Okay. Thank you, Embrace Change, for the super chat right here. And you said Frank Ocean. Yeah, my daughter, she listens to Frank Ocean. Frank Ocean, Crack Rock. Yeah, me and my daughter, our song, I say it's our song, is The Weeknd. There's 2 songs. One I like more, but I played it so much now when we be in the car driving, I'll put it on. She give me this look. It's funny too. That's our song. She's like, but you play it too much. So one of the songs is called Alone Again. That's the one she likes more, but the other one is After Hours. That's my jam. Like if I want to get hype in the car, I put that on. I wouldn't listen to The Weeknd until my daughter. But she listens to Frank Ocean too, and a whole bunch of other people too. Anyway, thank you, Embrace Shane. Y'all should see the look that she be giving me. So I'll be saying, what you looking at me like that? This is our song. No, I don't. I said, all right. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Andrea, how's it going? Andrea says, you laughing reminds me of E&J. Yeah, rest in peace. Eric. Yeah, in fact, you know what? I forgot to text him back. Jay texted me. I'm gonna text him back right now. I forgot. I just remembered just now. Let's see here. Where is it? Oh, here it is right here. Yeah. Let's see if he responds while we live streaming. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Rest in peace, Sister Erica. Yeah, she both of them, they were around way before I started covering or reporting on Umar. They were around when I was really struggling, you know, just really, you know, really struggling. And here we are all these years later. And she's one of the few people from way back then. And I shouldn't say it that way, but she's one of the people that she always offered encouragement, you know, to me and my wife and our family. So I really appreciate that. And I'm thankful that we're where we're at today. So rest in peace to Sister Erica. Yeah. And if he responds while we're live streaming, I'll let you guys know. Thank you, Andrea. TJ says, Lenon, you made me spit up my tree. Oh, that's from earlier. It was probably the only thing. That's probably what it was. Well, I said, what in the world? That's a real thing. Okay, we're almost done. And then James told me to check my email. Okay, I'll check it right now. Yeah, I normally check it during the Umar just posted something. Yeah, so James is saying that he's watching it live right now. Umar posted Black Queens Forever 5'5" thick in the thighs. Here he go. He doesn't realize it shows his perversion. Why are you posting this on your social media? It says people with thicker thighs live longer because their bodies control sugar and inflammation better. What are you talking about? And then it says, saves lives, snow bunnies never. You such a goofy, weird. Umar, you're a weirdo. You're such a weirdo. Yeah, he watching right now. He's triggered. So that's what he does. He starts posting stupid shit. He always do that. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he is heavily influenced. Who said that earlier? He's so heavily influenced. That's goofy. Then he got some other stuff on here of Snow Bunny, because we were talking about that's what he's been reduced to, a snow. But he is. That's all he's been reduced to is a Snow Bunny. Everything's Snow Bunny with this guy. He posted this about Kim Kardashian. He says Kim Kardashian is legally changing her 4 children's last names from West to Kardashian due to Kanye West's prolonged absence from their lives. And then Umar, he types, and then he goes on and says, how are you going to take that black man's name off of his children? The last thing those children need is their mother's last name. This is ridiculous. What are you talking about? If he's absent just like you are absent, Umar. See, this is all Umar, his own little issues projecting. She didn't give my daughter my last name. Yeah, but you wasn't even present, you goofy. That was just stupid. Anyway. Thanks, James. Sometimes Umar be getting on my nerves, but he just be doing just stupid. Brandon says, I swear everyone in there was in Umar's movie. No, they weren't. They weren't. All of them were in that movie. But that one lady, she was I think, yeah, that one lady, the one that had the green dress on, she was in Awaken. Yeah, she sure was. She played. I think that was her. She played Umar's one of Umar's baby mama in the film. Yep. All right, thanks, Brandon. I think that's her. What's up, SH Places? Omar looking booed. Umar looking booed up. All right. I hope let me stop, because I hope I'm not. I don't want to shame Umar for the Room 130 thing. Okay, I keep saying it, but I just don't want people to get the wrong impression. If you live like that, that's your business. All right. Okay. Thanks, SH Play. Mr. Contract says this is, yeah, it is. It is. This whole Umar Johnson saga, it's a sad tale, because he's been getting, listen, if you're able to pick up allegedly 6 degrees, it's at most 5 degrees, you shouldn't be living in your mama closet. You know, living in Section 8 housing with no car, you know, deadbeat, the baby mama creator, don't take care of your kids. There's no excuse for raising millions of dollars. There's no excuse for that. It's sad all the way across the board. And it's amazing Umar hasn't figured it out yet. And it takes people long. Some people, they figure out things earlier on in life. Y'all know what I'm talking about? And then other people, it takes them a long time. It took me a long time to figure certain things out in life. It really did. You know, and there's reasons for that too, but I don't blame people. It's on me. The onus was on me. And I hold myself accountable. I take full accountability. And then I've progressed in life. See, but Umar, he can't even do that. But if you look at the trajectory of his life, earlier on, he received everything that he needed to be successful. It's just there are also things that he didn't receive. And again, I'm not saying absolving him from levels of responsibility, but at the age of 51, you know, there's really no excuses. See, for instance, he needed to be put into a situation where his mental health was addressed early on in life. And maybe he was put in that type of situation. I don't know, but that needed to be addressed way early on. See, it's actually possible that that's one of the reasons why his dad decided to ship him off to the military academy. That perhaps he saw in Umar certain aspects of Umar's mental health that he recognized that was a danger to the rest of them kids and to the mama for that matter. But that perhaps Jamal thought that if he sent them away to the military academy, that would be corrected somehow. But see, what the truth of the matter is that what Umar needed was his daddy, not a military academy. That's where you fucked up, homeboy. But you fucked up way before then, because you was a Rolling Stone. I'm talking about Umar Johnson, Jamal. You was a Rolling Stone, and you was out there in them streets like that. See, stop making all this for men. Stop making all these baby mamas. Just settle down with one good woman and raise your kids, raise your family. Just that's what you do. Even if you struggle, I've struggled with it, but that's what you do. Anyway, it's all sad. Thank you, Mr. Conspiracy. As it says, Tariq roasted Umar into oblivion over that bump. Yeah. In the documentary, I will bring up the beef. I'll bring it up, and I'm gonna play some selective, very selective segments, right? Some clips from that, but I ain't gonna do too much because it was. I'm telling you that roast. It's a classic. It's over the top, but it's a classic. Yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday. Okay, thanks. One of these days, because people say one of these days we need to do a marathon where you just show that video. I say, yeah. Okay, thank you, SH Play. We're almost done, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Still got 1,000 people in the building. User 225 says business before the ball sack, school before the shot and go. Back in the day, Umar used to say business before back shots. But then we clown. Anyone remember this? Hit the one. We clowned him on that. And we told him how inappropriate it was. And then he stopped using. Well, that's Umar being easily influenced. Anybody remember that? Hit the one. Yeah, no, I can't play that Tariq thing right now because we'll be here for another 4 or 5 hours. But one of these days, we'll just watch that video just for the laughs. But it was crazy. Thank you, user 225. Excuse me, I got to get me something to drink. Oh, I still got a little bit of drink in here. Excuse me, everybody. I apologize. Should have muted my microphone. Thank you, YouTube. Kadar says, munching random intercontinental cooch will do that. He will be open to a lawsuit about that too. Yeah, I've thought about this recently because of the legalities that Umar has been facing more recently. There's other legalities too. That he had someone who did work up at these abandoned buildings, and Umar, I think he owed him $3,000, something like that. And it doesn't seem like a lot of money, but for this person, that's considered to be a lot of money. I think for someone like me, that $3,000 would probably be like, for what it meant to that person, probably like $30,000 to me. So what I'm getting at is it's relative. But the point is that Umar never paid him that money. So he actually took Umar to court and won the settlement, but Umar never paid the guy. So the point I'm getting out, this ties to what you're saying here, Kadar. So again, he pays Mary Ann Laurent, he pays out, I think it was $68,000, something to that effect. Was it 68? Yeah, I think something like that. And then now he's facing a class action lawsuit spearheaded by Mary Ann Laurent, dealing with donors who are suing. They may sue Umar to get their donation money back. But I thought about this because now, Umar may try to pretend as if this abandoned building is open at some point, in the near future. That way he can say, hey, listen, well, it opened, blah, blah, blah. So, it's not that I'm scamming. But the thing is that if it actually opened, I'm talking about officially and legally, who knows, Kadar, who knows what type of legal issues Umar is going to face because of the type of person that he is. So let me give an example. For instance, Umar says it's an all-black boys' school. You can't do that. That's against the law. So if a white parent chooses to put their white child in and pay the $500 or $600 a month, Umar going to deny that person? You can't discriminate based upon race. Okay, well, that's a lawsuit right there. Another example, Kadar, is just how Umar has the upkeep of these abandoned buildings in Wilmington. These buildings on the exterior, at least, they look worse now than they did when Umar acquired them back in February 2019. And there's all types of hazards that need to be remedied dealing with these abandoned buildings. So Umar, who's always trying to figure out ways to take shortcuts. That's one of the big things with Umar. There's another term I got to come up with. There's another term. I just can't think of it right now. to take shortcuts instead of going through the proper channels and doing things professionally, to take shortcuts to get things done. Who knows what type of liabilities are associated with these abandoned buildings when it comes to renovations, when it comes to any construction that's taking place there. Simple things as doors, and how they open up and close, or even the floor, if there's any, like in a small gym where you have these ridges and bumps and shit inside of the floor, that type of thing. That's all potential lawsuit issues, right? Another thing is, someone said half-assed. That's another, but there's another term I can't think of it right now. But there's another one is Umar with the sexual deviancy. That could translate into lawsuits dealing with, because he said you're not going to Me Too me. Why would you be talking like that if you already recognize that you have a predisposition to sexually exploit Black women? See, I ain't got to say shit like that. See, me and my wife, like I said, we've been together for 25 years. I'm a loyal, that's just how I am. I'm loyal like a hound dog. Okay? Like I was cheated when I was in I was cheated on when I was in the 11th grade. It felt horrible. I was cheated on in the 12th grade. It felt horrible. I was cheated on when I was 23. It felt horrible. And even back then, I recognized I'm not going to put nobody through that. I'm loyal like a hound dog. Real talk. Okay. So I don't have to say shit like they're not going to Me Too me, because I'm not even going to put myself in that position in the first place. Plus, I have respect too. Okay. Yeah, women, y'all be looking good, but that plenty of y'all look good. That was okay. And you ain't crushing these cookies. I'm sorry, I had to say it. All right. Now we cool with everything, but you ain't crushing these cookies. So that's why I ain't gotta say no shit like you ain't gonna Me Too me, right? But Umar has to say it because he already know he's a sexual deviant. And all he want to do is crush cookies, whether it's the women cookies or the man cookies. That's whatever. That's up for debate. But the point that I want to make here is that that's another avenue of lawsuit that will definitely come up over time with Umar because he's a sexual deviant. Y'all see my point? All right. I mean, Umar, he would be facing so many different issues, including litigation. Right? Okay. Thanks, Kadar. All right, it's getting late. Okay. Ginger Spice says, Lenon, you are famous. Have you ever thought about doing a meet and greet one day? No, that's not my thing. Because I know it doesn't seem like it, but I'm a more private person. I know we goof off and stuff, but my wife should tell you, like, I'm real, like, laid back. I like to work. You know what I'm saying? Now here's the thing. I'm not a person that I wouldn't even go to like a party to have fun. I just wouldn't do that because it's not fun to me. What I find to be fun or fulfilling, I should say, is that if there is a party, to be like a host and make sure people have a good time. That's what I enjoy. So last year, my daughter had a birthday party, and I kid you not, I don't know how many kids showed up. It was ridiculous. I think we dropped about $2,000 for that. I thought not this year. I can't tell you how many. The amount of kids that showed up was crazy. I ain't never seen no shit like. And they just kept coming. I kid you not. We had to go get more food to bring it back. And I mean, there was kids. I kid you not. There was kids in the bathroom sitting on the sink, sitting on the floor, in the bathroom talking, and sitting on the toilet. I'm not, the toilet lid is closed, and they just sitting in there, just jam packed in it all throughout the hallways. One of these goofies came through and they was smoking inside of my daughter's bathroom, but my daughter was scared to tell, and then they left. And then when she told me, I noticed all these kids was leaving. I said, "Why?" And they looked scared, like something had happened. I know who it was too. It was that tall white boy. I could tell because when he came in, he was all moving all fast. And I was like, "What is that? Let's just go follow his ass." Anyway, it was a gang of kids up in here. So for me, my whole thing is everyone having a good time. I would ask kids, did you eat something? Are you hungry? There's drinks over here. Come get something to drink. That kind of thing. Like I like that. That's what I enjoy. But in terms of hanging out and kicking it and like I'm I just, that's not my thing. I've never been like that. But I like to see people have a good time. I like to host, and I like to make sure that everyone's comfortable, right? And then even after, when the birthday party was towards the end of the birthday party, I was like, anyone need a ride home? Do you have a ride home? Or you have those kids. Matter of fact, there was some kids, they was out here and they was just goofing off and playing around. And I know one of the little boys, is one of my daughter's friends. He's cool, and they was play fighting, and they was out in the front. I said, hey, listen, y'all cut it out. Come on inside. He said, we're just playing. I said, I know that. I said, I know y'all playing. But if someone sees that and they misinterpret it, then the police show up, and then now I got to be the one to deal with the police, and you don't want to put me in that position. Oh, okay, they came on in. Right, anyway. All right. No, and the other thing, Ginger Spice, I'm not famous at all. We have a good time up in here, but I'm a more reserved and a relaxed type of person. So yeah, I haven't thought about doing a meet and greet, anything like that. Maybe when I'm 90 and then be ready to die, then we can do something. Okay. All right. Thanks, Ginger Spice, for the support. You put $44.44. I love it. Yeah, it's cool. Ginger Spice is 4444. So she says super chat for $44.44. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's wind this down. Brooklyn says, Brooklyn Broomlaw says, I find it interesting that he hasn't shown the finished school inside. He surely used this to gloat, yet we see nothing, only words. I reported him. Okay, well, good. Umar, he is someone who's petty. Okay, he's always been like that. And he likes to rub things in people's faces. In essence, that's what he does with these degrees. I have 6 degrees. He likes to gloat. I remember he used to post his freaking flyer miles, shit like that. And then he'd be in first class, he would post pictures because he wants to, So he has a history of that behavior. Great question. Why hasn't Umar gone into these abandoned buildings and showed that that the renovations were completed? That's what I'm saying. Even Umar Johnson followers at this point, just that critical question alone, that should be more than enough. Now, it may be possible that right now Umar's trying to figure out a way to get things done because he has to justify taking all this money with the class action lawsuit, taking all this money, and it has to be directed towards opening up a school. So he has to make something happen at some point. I think he's going to do a fake school opening. That's what I think. But you see, if renovations were completed, wouldn't he have already shown it? Why not? So let's take it a step forward. Further, if renovations are completed, what would be the negative associated with showing the renovations being completed? I'm asking, what would be the negative? There is no negative. It would only be a positive. Not only would it be a positive because it's a win for Umar, he likes to gloat. His fan base, oh yeah, Cooker chat, y'all ain't shit. LenonHonor, you ain't shit. Yeah. We proved you wrong after 7 fucking years. Well, actually, he conceptualized it in 2004, so let's get it right for after 22 years. Furthermore, the benefit would be the donations would start rolling in again, right? Right? So there's no detriment to Umar. There's only benefit to Umar. So why doesn't he show the renovations being completed? Well, because the renovations aren't completed. He lied about it, just like he lied about it back on August 11th of 2023. Same tune, different year. See, that alone, you Umar Johnson followers, that should be more than enough for you to recognize that this is nothing more than a long con. That's all. And that Umar Johnson is a pathological liar. I'm actually starting to think that Umar Johnson is a habitual liar. That it's just by habit he lies. I'm starting to think that. Right? I like to give him benefit of the doubt. Thank you, Broccoli Broomla, for super chat. YouTube Defy says all these bad contractors, he ain't named one of them. Yeah, and if they did all these horrible things to Umar, why did he take them to court? And if they're all bad like this, because he said all of them, what does that say about Umar? If this is your project, you're the one in the lead of all of this, you're the one choosing these people. Who's the common denominator if all of this is true? It's Umar. Okay. Thank you, Judivine. But I told people back in 2019 that Umar gonna blame black people. That's what I told people way back then. Thank you, Judivine. Has Umar Johnson gotten flack outside of Quick Crush Chat for Room 130? That's a good question. Yeah, I think so. I'm sure he has. See, the thing is that not a lot of people know about that. See, not a lot of people know about that. And that's why Umar, he paid Marianne Lawrence, because if she released that video, it would have gone viral. Listen, I'm telling you guys, I've been on social media for a long time. Okay. If that video came out and it appeared online, it would have gone viral. And everyone would have been talking about it. People would still be talking about this. People will be talking about that for years to come. That's why Umar, he paid out. I thought the figure was, what was it, $68,000. You're not going to just put that money down like that unless you know that the video is damaging. Yeah, $68,600. And then where do you come up with that money? You know what? This was one of the comments, and maybe tomorrow we'll get into this because I will be live streaming tomorrow. I thought it was, I don't want to say who said it because I don't know if they want me to say their name, but they know who they are. They were talking about, they think that Umar Johnson hoards money as well and that he has money. And then they reference how Lenon talked about how Umar had checks, donations, like in check form, that he was just hoarding. And then I remember she said that, but I didn't really put the pieces together. And then I thought to myself, I remember there's been times in my research where Umar is telling people, if you sent in checks or money orders, hold on, I'm going to cash it soon. And what I think is that those people, they had sent Umar checks and he just hoards the check. And some of the checks, he probably just lost them. He probably has them because he's a hoarder. He got shit all over the place. I mean, this guy, he could have $100,000, $200,000 worth of checks just sitting in bags and shit all over the, you know what I'm saying? There's no telling with this guy. And so what I think happened was those people, they wrote the check, they quote unquote balanced their checkbook. I know that sounds like, who does that? They balanced their check and they see that the money's not coming out and they're wondering what happened. So they contact Umar. So Umar has to get online and says, hold on, don't worry about, because they can cancel the check, right? They would cancel the check. He says, hold on, I'm going to cash those checks. I think that, and I don't know for sure, but I think that that's part of what has happened with Umar, is that he hoards things and then he's also forgetful, and the money was coming in so fast, and checks, he got to go the next step with the checks to go get him cash. He's lazy. So he just sets them to the side. He sets them to the side, just like when he flipped the phone and you see all this shit all over the place. That's how Umar lives. And then he stores them. He hoards them. He forgets about them. That's what that's what Lenon was talking about. And I thought about, someone made the comment yesterday. I think it was yesterday. It might have been today. And I said, wait a minute, they're right about that. I didn't put the pieces together, but yeah, I can see that. So the point that I'm making with this is, Umar, he comes up with out of the blue, because he was talking about how he didn't have no money. He needed people to send him donations because his bank accounts got frozen. But somehow he not only does he come up with $68,600, but he also comes up with $38,388 in FDMG to pay FDMG past due bills. That's about $106,000 that he comes up with like that. That's crazy. Am I right? Let me get this calculator out. I know we talked about this before, but this got my brain going. $68,600, and we're almost done. For Marianne Lawrence, because he didn't want that video coming out. And then $38,388.22. And Umar stated that he paid this all off. Okay, I don't know. He probably went in an agreement, a payment agreement, but we're gonna take his word. Yeah, it's $106,988, almost $107,000 that he comes up with like that. Even though just prior to that, he was talking about he didn't have no money, his bank accounts were frozen. Who knows? If Umar comes up with $106,988.22, where's he getting that money from? And how much money do you think he's collected now? I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. All right. Thank you, User. I apologize for going off. I went off a little bit. Mike asks, is the owner of 2 abandoned buildings still doing crack there? Still doing crack there. Listen, it's the kicking spot. All right. It's been, I called that back in 2019. I remember one time, and I got to find the video. Okay. I may never find it. Umar was inside of that small gym, and there was stuff all over the place. And there was this one room he walks into, and there's this drawer. If memory serves me correctly, he walked to one of the rooms, and there's this drawer, and he's talking. He's like kind of manic. He's just going kind of talking and loud and walking, just doing nothing. But he's, you know how Umar gets. And he comes up to this one table that has a pull-out drawer on, and he opens it up, and he slides, and the camera's looking down, and there's a crack pipe in there. It's in a baggie. And then he closes it real quick. And I remember I paused it, and I said, well, let's just move on. I said, anybody remember that hit the one? I wish that's another video. I know I have it, but I wish I have it, or I had it archived, because I would show it to you guys right now. But he was in the gym talking about, the gym and all this time. It was a small gym. Yes, there's a few of y'all were around back then. That was crazy. That was crazy. In that recent video that Lenon showed him in the car with his belongings, notice that he got into the car straight from FDMG. He went there and got some stuff. Oh, wow. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, good point. Yeah, some of you guys were around back in the day. That was crazy. I know Black Anonymous was around. That was crazy. Yeah. He just opened it up. He had his camera. He opened it up, then he closed it. I said, Umar, you wild, boy. All right. Okay. Yeah. This was a long time ago, and I don't have an archive. How's it going, LD? But I don't have an archive where I can pull it up. But hopefully, I'll run back into it as I do this, continue with this research. Okay. All right. We gotta wrap this up, y'all. Okay, because it's getting a little bit later, and there's a movie I got I wanted to watch with my wife. I can't remember what it's called, but she had asked about it last week, and I found a copy of it. So let's wind this down. Okay, thank you, Mike, for wait, no, I already did that one. No, I haven't done that one. So this was Mike from earlier. Is the owner? Okay, I got that one earlier. Okay. And then College of Natural Health Sciences. I just love the way you love your wife and family. Yeah, I do. I sincerely do. I don't mean to always go back to and I'm still working through these issues in my own mind of all the failures and mistakes that I've made in the past. We're doing a whole lot better now. But I tend to ruminate. I've gotten better at not ruminating. And that's when you think about something, and in particular, it can be damaging to your mental health if you're thinking about something negative like that. And then you ruminate on it, which means you focus on it and you just get caught up in your mind. And then it spirals. It just spirals. It's very unhealthy. I've actually gotten better at stopping myself when I do that. But but I also recognize the importance of holding myself accountable and acknowledging those failures. Right. It's an important lesson for all of us. Right. And that if we can acknowledge those failures and figure out what we need to do better, then it will set our life will go in a much more positive direction, right? So that's why for me, when I talk about my wife and I talk about my kids, they're dear to me. I'm here for them, right? Recently I said something. It's true. Like I don't fear death per se. It's going to happen. That's one thing we all have in common. I just don't like the idea that if I wasn't here, I wouldn't be able to be of service to my wife and my children. So I want to be here as long as I possibly can be to be in service to my wife and children. And in my opinion, that's how us men, that's how we should approach this. And you make whatever sacrifices that you need to for your family. For instance, I've given up my space. That's because I used to live stream. I set up a whole little setup initially. You guys remember I had a whole little area set up. Then I moved to another little area. What I was doing was I was taking those spaces and converting it into a better space for my wife and my kids. All right, so now I have this little corner right here, and it suffices for now, and I could live stream downstairs. My wife, no, I said, no, you go and kick it on the couch. Y'all hang out down here and, do your thing. It's a sacrifice that I make. Would I prefer to be down there? Yeah. But that's okay. We make sacrifices for our family. And again, none of us are perfect. I've made a lot of mistakes. You know, if I ask for forgiveness from my wife and from my children, you know, children don't care. Children, they like, listen, you've been here, you know, you've always loved us. It's just we get lost. That just happens, right? We make mistakes. But if the love is there, that will carry you through. That's something I know as a statement of fact. And so that's why when I speak about my family, you can tell it's they're why I'm here, and I'm thankful. I'm thankful because not everyone has that, and that's why when I see men who don't give a shit, something wrong with y'all. Real talk, something's wrong with you. You know what greater blessing can you have than to have a woman in your life? What better blessing can you have to have some children, beautiful children? That's something I will never understand. I'm not here to shame anybody either, but at least try. All right. Thank you, College of Natural Health Science. And also, I forgot to mention Chino, our puppy. Okay. Yeah. Well, my wife treats him like a baby. She really do. I don't treat him like a baby, but she treats him like a baby. Okay, thank you, College of Natural Science, Health Science. Mike also says the people need to know about that school that there's doo-doo. on that note, family, the people need to know about that school that there's doo-doo in the toilet that he doesn't clean. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's all anybody would need to know is just the bathroom situation. I don't get it. But if people saw that, they were discussing, including Umar Johnson followers. Listen, if he don't even keep the bathrooms clean, why y'all think somehow he's gonna run a whole school by himself? Come on, we gotta stop. We gotta stop. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Umar, he's the one up in there. He's the one dookie in there. He's the one dookie in there. He tried to blame the contractors. Listen, contractors ain't gonna come through and dookie like that, and then leave it in there and then come back and dookie again. That's not gonna happen. A contractor, if there wasn't no facility to use the bathroom, they would just go they go down to McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure there's a McDonald's around there somewhere by them trap bandos, or to whatever, Burger King, something. That's what they would do. But Umar act like they came in there and they just said, you know what? We gonna have a shit fest up here, and they keep coming back and just that was Umar. That was Umar, and I know for a fact them buildings probably smelled horrible, but Umar's used to that. The point I'm making is, and it's the point that you're making too, is that people need to know about that, because if they just look at that by itself, what you gonna send your child to these trap bandos? And Umar don't even know how to clean toilets. He over here spreading feces all over the place. I want to say infecting, but spreading all of this disgust all over the place. What's the term I'm looking for? Yeah, people need to know that. That's the guy you want to send your child to, so they can sit on these toilets that got fecal matter all over the place. That was the gross. That's one of the grossest. Just filthy. Yeah. Someone just said it, filthy. Someone said Umar's a super spreader. It's contamination. That's the word. Yeah. Thank you. The profile. That's the word I was trying to come up with. He cross-contaminating poo-poo all over the place. That's crazy. Did he get the basketball and play with the basketball too? Come on now. Anyway, thanks, Mike. Michael Jordan rolling around in his grave. Michael Jordan must be rolling around in his grave right about now. Umar got that basketball with the poo-poo hands. Let me stop. Shout out to MJ. Thank you, Mike, for super chat. User 55 says Umar Johnson's favorite producer is Metro Boomin, because Metro was booming all over him, all over at Room 130. I bet you that's a real producer too. Let me go look. Metro Boomin. Yeah, it is. How do you know who this person is? You be playing the classics and you know someone, the Metro Boomin. He's 32 years old. His real name is Leland Tyler Wayne. He's a Grammy-nominated record producer, songwriter, and music executive known for his dark and cinematic style. He's considered a highly influential producer in contemporary hip-hop and trap music. Boomin started producing in Room 130. All right. Thank you, Teacher Rod. Okay, we almost done. Let me get to the rest of these. We're about here. Miss Vertica says, just an idea. They should come out with a video game on Umar. That would be interesting and funny. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, it could be set. Well, the way I conceptualize it, some of the video game would be at the bandos, where you got to get renovations done. And you got to figure out ways to get renovations done. For, you have money coming in, but you got to figure out ways to get renovations done without spending the money, at least all the money, so that you can have money for yourself. There should also be a part where Umar, he's outside of the trap bandos and he has to do certain tasks like picking up trash, and however much trash he picks up, the more donation money come in. Something like that. That would be cool. Yeah. And then there'll be a construction part of it, like a building part where you get to build stuff. There's a term for that in video games. I can't remember right now. So you can choose to build like a observatory on the roof, stuff like that. Yeah. You got to the FDMG farm, and you got to manage the animals and all. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. And then the police run through and you got to run. The plug come through, you got to have the money ready. Yeah. All right. It'd be like a partial city builder game, Yeah. You hear that? You got the turbo button like the. All right. that would be cool. I would play it. Yeah, I would play it. We would live stream it. There'll be a whole lot of great, Brother Jose show up. Miguel Jackson, Tip the Griff come through. All right. Okay, thanks, Ms. Bear. That's a great idea. Thank you for the super chat. What's up, Michael? Said, did Kid and Play show up? yeah. Kid and Play. That's what. No. We had. It was cool. We had music playing in the background for the kid. My daughter's birthday party this year. She's gonna have something real small. I told her. I said we can't do that. Again, because there was people showing up she didn't even know. It was crazy. It was so crazy. And them kids, they ate up. We had chests of drinks and stuff, sodas and all that stuff, and Gatorade. They went through all that stuff. We had a big old cake. We got a whole bunch of the cookies. They got these cookies, and they come in the pink box. We got a whole bunch of those, and them kids, they love them things. I can't remember what it's called. Some of y'all may know what I'm talking about. And then we got a whole bunch of fried chicken from Popeyes. And then we got a gang of pieces. We like a gang of them. And them kids, they went through all that stuff. Well, they had a good time. The kid played didn't show up. yeah, crumple cookie. That's what it was. Them kids, they love that crumple. Them crumple cookies, it's too rich for me. I be telling my wife, because back in the day, I used to like sweets and stuff. She would make cookies, but over the years, I just don't, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm getting older or whatever, but them crumble cookies, it's too rich. But them kids, boy, they was taking it home. I said, yeah, go on, take whatever you go and take. They was taking it. We had all kind of stuff. We had a good time. Well, I had a good time, making sure everybody had a good time. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, Kid and Play. Them younger people like, who you talking about? Embrace Change says, called me demonic and a spiritual vampire, then made a 2-part video on his Dr. Umar TV titled Depressed African, calling me a negative narcissist. What? Yeah, I haven't seen, and I don't think he's doing the Dr. Umar TV anymore. That's another scam that he was running. Yeah, it's not coming up anymore. So I never got a chance to hear those videos or watch those videos, because that was on Dr. Umar.tv. I think that's what it was called, right? Something like that. But see, before that, he had the Big Papa podcast. What was it? Dr. Umar. I thought it was Dr. Umar.tv. Yeah, it's saying that, he don't even have SSL on here. Boy, I'm gonna tell you right now. That's crazy. This guy, he a joke. You guys know what I'm talking about? Anybody know what hit the one? That's crazy. Anyway, I don't think he's doing that anymore. But before that, he had the Big Papa podcast. Right, and I have two of those episodes. One of those episodes when he's talking about cuddling with the boys by the fireside, but I also have the other one I've been meaning for us to cover because it's huge. He's talking about selling the larger building up there at his bandos. That was part of the Big Papa podcast. Big Papa podcast, from what I remember, that came before the Dr. Umar.tv. Right. And then the Big Papa podcast, that was around the time when Umar started the Loyal Donors Club. This guy, he's such a calm man. It's crazy. Yeah. Umar's done videos where he's talked about demonic and spiritual vampires and this stuff, but he's really projecting. That's who he is and what he is. Okay. And then this part about, he made a 2-part video of on his doctorate titled Depressed African Calling Me a Negative Narcissist. That's Umar projecting. Right. If you have that and you want to send it to me, yeah, please do. Goodness gracious. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's people who dealt with Umar behind the scenes. They know about what Umar is, not just who he is, but what he is. So I think that's one of the big disconnects that people have. My understanding with Umar is not from personal experience, but I've studied and researched him enough, and I've also talked with people who had firsthand accounts dealing with Umar, men and women too. And I'm not even just talking intimately, because there's men who've had interactions with Umar on a business level. Right, or in the Black conscious community that I've spoken with. And so you put all the pieces together, you realize very quickly, this guy, narcissistic, sociopathic, borderline psychopathic, in my opinion. Okay, histrionics, right? Doesn't care about anybody but himself, and he does a lot of projecting, a lot of it. Okay, and projecting, let me give you guys a definition of this, because I covered this inside the documentary too. And then we're going to be up out of here. I think I got 2 more super chats that we can about it. Psychological projection is an unconscious defense mechanism first described by Sigmund Freud, where individuals attribute their own unacceptable thoughts, feelings, or traits onto others to avoid facing them. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Him calling you these names, this is him talking about himself. This mechanism acts as a shield against anxiety, allowing people to shift blame or discomfort, such as accusing a partner of infidelity when they are insecure themselves. That's kind of gaslighting too on a level. It often manifests as intense defensiveness. Umar, he's intensively defensive. Blaming others for personal shortcomings. Wow. Or unfair criticism. So he blames others for unfair criticism, and can be addressed through self-awareness in therapy. That's the thing. Umar, he needs to go get professional psychological services, and he's needed this for decades now, right? All right. Thank you, Embrace Change. I feel so bad that you have to go through what you've gone through. I'm sure there's a whole lot more you can say dealing with Umar. And he's so vindictive too. It's a very hateful person. And then when it's Black women who expose him, that's his greatest fear. That's his kryptonite. Okay. He's already a weak bum, but you throw that on top of it, he can't handle it. Right. Okay. Thank you, Embrace Change, for the super chat. And we got a couple more here. Your kids will see it says, if the renovations are done, where is the application for the certificate of occupancy? That's a great question. I didn't even think about that. So the idea, what Umar's been proposing is that when renovations are done, then he has to apply for a certificate of occupancy. But I don't think that is how it goes. So let me do something real quick. And we need to do a show on this. What do you need to do in order to apply for a certificate of occupancy in the state of Delaware? I always spell Delaware wrong. Delaware. No, it's Delaware. Okay. To obtain a certificate of occupancy in Delaware, you must ensure the building passes all final inspections. So Umar has to pass inspections first. Has he done that? Even if renovations are complete, has he done that? No. Including building, electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and fire safety. That hasn't happened. And obtain approval from local zoning and Department of Public Works. So it has to be approved by local zoning and Department of Public Works. By the way, these buildings are zoned as light industrial the last time I checked. And the reason why is because these buildings used to be owned by Chemical Munitions, which was light industrial. It was called Hercules Inc. Okay, does that mean that you can't open up a school there? No, not necessarily, but that's something that Umar needs to look into just in case. Zoning is always it's important. Applications are typically submitted to the local county and municipal divisions of permits and inspections, which may require submitting a final site plan. Do you think Umar got a final site plan and paying associated fee? He got to pay some money too. See, Umar needs, if he does this, he needs to show proof. She ain't gonna show proof. I even said it. I've said it before that what he may do is he may say that he put in a certificate of occupancy, but he didn't, and then say that the city won't approve it, or that the final inspections, he didn't pass final inspections, but it is racism, it's discrimination. But it's Umar, he's a pathological liar. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't even attempt to apply, but he says that he did, and then that it was rejected, so that he can have an excuse as to why the school doesn't open. But even still, look real quick, even if he obtains a certificate of occupancy, see, he ain't said nothing about IT infrastructure. Don't get me going. It's crazy. Even if he got the certificate of occupancy, he still has to get faculty and staff. He still has to furnish these abandoned buildings with everything that they need in order to be a functional school. Where's he going to come up with the money for that? Here is a breakdown. Final inspections, the building must pass inspections for safety, including fire safety, electrical, plumbing, and mechanical systems. Okay, it's not going to, I already know it ain't going to pass electrical. There's wires, exposed wires hanging out the ceiling. The backbone for that building, I won't say cybersecurity, the backbone for the IT infrastructure in that building, there's wires all over the place. Cat cables, some of them shit's probably Cat 4. Let me stop. I ain't gonna do that. You dial up and shit. Listen, it ain't gonna pass because that's part of it. It ain't gonna pass. Plumbing and mechanical systems approvals. All necessary department, e.g., zoning, public works, fire marshal, must sign off on the project. Permit compliance. All constructions, here's a key one. We need to do a show on this. All construction, alterations, or improvements must be completed in accordance with the original building permits. I haven't looked into Umar's building permits in years, but even back then, there was a lot of work that he claimed to have been done, and there were no building permits for it. So it's not going to pass on that alone, by that alone. Because when they go in, one of the first things they're going to do is they're going to look for building permits. This work that was done, the electrical, the plumbing, anything dealing with the fire suppression system, if you will, mechanical systems, fire safety, all that stuff. They're going to look, okay, well, where are the building permits for this? And they don't exist. Not for the vast majority of it. Documentation, submission of or verification of all necessary documentation, including approved site plans and inspections. What's Umar's site plan? I've never heard him say anything about a site plan. He may now. There also have to be approved inspections. See, Umar, he's trying to make it seem like, once the renovations are done, which are not, he's going to put in this application to the city for an occupancy, and that either they just going to either accept it or reject it. No, there's steps that have to take place before he even puts it in, that he hasn't done. Also, a fee payment of fees for the inspection and issuance of the certificate process. The certificate of occupancy must be obtained and in some cases picked up in person from the local jurisdiction. Yeah, this would be good. Some stuff to get into in terms of research dealing with, especially what's going to be happening in 2026. So I think that Umar is going to try to act as if the renovations are complete. And he's going to pretend as if he's going to either say that the certificate of occupancy was granted or that it wasn't granted. If he says it wasn't granted, he's going to say that it's discrimination, that it's racism. This extends the scam even further. Or he may say at a certain point, okay, we got the certificate of occupancy, and then he does a fake grand opening where he pretends as if he has a functional school. All right. Okay, thank you. This is really good too. Thank you for saying, because we can do a whole show on this at some point. Thank you. Your kids will see this. I appreciate it. Mr. Controversy says, Lenon, would you do a boxing match with Umar? Yeah, I would. If it was like for charity. My son, he does boxing and stuff. Like he's a gym guy. That's what he likes, that gym stuff. He would train me. I'll have him train me. Again, it would have to be sanctioned because Umar, he's not in good health. I would do it for charity, just, not for malicious intent or anything like that. you know. But yeah, if it was for charity, yeah, I would do it. Yeah. Man, you know, there's so much that Umar could have done. You know, I know we're talking about a boxing match. I know it's funny too. It's funny, but I would do it just because you know, entertainment value. Plus, if it went to charity to help people, it would also bring further exposure to Umar in terms of him being a scammer. But I'm just thinking because there are people who genuinely do. They do charitable works, and sometimes they'll do you know, they used to have boxing matches, like celebrity boxing matches, that type of thing, and it was more about the show than the actual boxing. But they would raise money, you know, for a children's charity or you know that kind of stuff. Umar, he could have done that. I'm not specifically talking about doing boxing matches, but I'm just talking about using his notoriety and his fame, at least at that time, and he could have converted that into a way, converted that into a revenue stream that could benefit other people as opposed to just, you know, him scamming to benefit himself. Like a real charitable organization. I'm not talking about FDMG, the nonprofit scam. I'm talking about he could have really utilized, and there's things that he could have done that would have generated money, and he could have helped a lot of people. He really could have. So I apologize. I didn't mean to go there. It's just that, you know, I know it's funny, the boxing match thing. It's funny and it's hilarious, but I would do it. But when I think about it in terms of as a charitable act, that there's so much that Umar Johnson could have done, but it's all been about his own selfish desires, and he doesn't care about anybody but himself. Yeah, I remember one time Shaq, he boxed Oscar De La Hoya. Okay, it wasn't about the boxing match, obviously, right? Anyway. Oh, thanks, Mr. Controversy, for super chat. Lenon, is he sniffing and blinking in the game? Yeah. yeah. So real quick, we almost I can't kid you now. I've been saying that for like, wow, man, we've gone for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Man, it went by quick. I said we're gonna be here for about an hour. That's what I was thinking. In the game, there's a part of the game where you have to time how many times you can sniff and blink in a minute. And there's certain buttons you have to push, and the screen will tell you what buttons to push. You got to look at it and push the buttons at the right time. And man, that would be hilarious. An Umar Johnson game. That would, boy, I tell you, that would be hilarious. That would be so funny. You gotta bake cookies. you got to bake cookies in your Baba closet. You know, you got to get the ingredients. You got sack of potato in the corner. All right, let me stop. Thanks, TJ. That's a good idea. Why must says Umar blaming contractors for FDMG and the Dookie is ridiculous. Yeah, it is. It really is. Histrionics and megalomania forever. Accountability and transparency never. HBD to me could crush chat. Okay, so let's do this because I want to give you guys megalomania, and that's Umar. Megalomania is an obsolete term for a psychological state characterized by extreme delusions of grandeur, an obsession with power, and an inflated sense of self-importance. Right? Now generally classified as narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, or associated with mania, schizophrenia. It involves irrational, grandiose beliefs about one's ability, wealth, or status, often accompanied by a total lack of humility. That's Umar. That's Umar. Extreme self-importance, belief that he's superior or famous or omnipotent. Delusional fantasies of power, wealth, or genius. Controlling behavior, a driving need to control others and situations. Lack of empathy, superiority, viewing others as inferior or merely tools. Narcissistic supply. Persecution complex, sometimes accompanied by paranoia or the belief that others are trying to sabotage their greatness. Wow. What? And then HBD is happy birthday to me, Cook Chris. Is it really your birthday? All right, here we go. We got to sing happy birthday to Y Must. Happy birthday to you. I have this video. I can't find it, though. But Umar be going like this in the chair. I wish I can find it because he was tripping. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Y Must. Happy birthday to. See the drama? Don't even finish. You, okay. You see the drama? Happy birthday, Y Must. Hope you had a wonderful birthday. Yeah, everybody in the chat room gets sending happy birthday. That's what we do up over here. Cookers has undefeated. Okay, thank you for the super chat as well. All right, we got two more here. Rosetta, how's it going? Says keep up the amazing work, LenonHonor, and salute Cook Chris. Yeah, thank you so much, Rosetta. I sure will. I was planning on getting some editing done after this live stream, but it went way too far than I thought. So I'm off tomorrow. I'll be taking time tomorrow to work on the document. I wanted to watch this movie with my wife. Okay, thank you again for being a member for one more. Salute to you as well. And then Stephanie says, getting Mr. Honor, I sure will, ma'am. Right. Yeah, I've been at this for such a long time. And the thing is, I've been fair, Stephanie. I've been very fair with Umar. I think there's times where I've been overly gracious dealing with Umar. I think part of it though too is that if there's a critical mass, if you go too far, then you just be angry with what Umar is doing. And if you're angry, then you get into your emotions. And if you're into your emotions, you can't engage in the proper critical thinking that's necessary to analyze Umar. And then you won't be able to produce, like in particular, the documentary and be objective about it. I'm trying to be as objective as possible. Okay, I'm not perfect, but I'm trying to be as objective as possible. So I've and another aspect of this, Stephanie, is that I've had to try my best to stay humble. Stay humble. For one, the Lord give, the Lord take it. But the other thing is that if you stay humble, you keep yourself in the right frame of mind to where you can separate yourself from the analysis. And that's not easy to do because of all the types of things that Umar Johnson, the lies that he's told about me over the years, his followers have told about me, my wife, and my kids over the years. This goes on and on and on. But I pride myself on that. Be fair, have integrity, don't misrepresent the facts, and show grace and stay humble. But still, I have to complete this mission, and the mission is clear. So I will continue to do so. This documentary is a huge part of it. And I want to get some work done today or this evening, but I'm not going to have time. I'm going to run out of time. But tomorrow I'm off, so I'll be taking at least probably 4 or 5 hours to get back in and work on that documentary. We have so much more to cover. So thank you so much, Steph. Thank you for your support. Thanks for being a member as well. I want to thank everybody inside the Cookie Crush chat. I hope you enjoyed the show. Again, I didn't mean for it to be this long, but it would turn out to be a classic. Okay, and if you came late, make sure you check out the beginning part because I share a segment from the documentary wherein I outline the different FDMG grant opening date changes that Umar Johnson has issued over the years. And I think the number got up to 28 or 20. I think it's 28 or 29. That's crazy. And that's not even all of them. Okay, I can comfortably state that Umar Johnson has changed the grand opening date at least 30 times, going all the way back to 2010. How do you change the date 30 times in 26 years at least? That's crazy. Unless it's a scam. All right. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. If you enjoyed the show, make sure you hit that like button. Okay, we got 693 likes. Let's see if we get 7 likes before we get out of here so we can get to 700. Okay, can we make that happen? Good chat. Thanks to the mods too as well for handling business. And as we always do, maybe we shouldn't, but I think we will. Yeah, 30 times at least. Shout out to Kogo. He put this together. This is a masterpiece. Let's go.
Rap people, great work today.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words, everybody. Appreciate it. Hope y'all enjoyed the show. I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit.
Lights are rolling on a movie set today.
All right, we got the 700 likes. Thank you so much, everybody.
Packing things away, heading to the red roof in room 130. Homie gonna sponge my hair real nice and make me look real pretty. Rose over hoes, ask how we roll. Turning down the heat, you know where we meet. At the red roof in room 130. My guy gonna do my hair and make me look real pretty. Ain't no couch where he can sleep, but the bed real sturdy. So come and stay the night in room 130. Drink so big they barely fit the silver screen. Director yells, heard as we end another scene. Red roof nights with me and the homie B. Sponge my hair all night, probably won't get no sleep. Rose over hoes, that's how we roll. Turning down the heat, you know where we meet. At the red roof in room 130. My guy gonna do my hair and make me look real pretty. Ain't no couch where he can sleep, but the bed real sturdy. So come and stay the night in room 130.
All right, shout out to the Cookie Crush Jack, undefeated. Room 130 in the building.
At the red roof in room 130.
Looks like y'all heard it.
Do my hair and make me look real pretty. Ain't no couch where he can sleep, but the bed real
peace, everybody.
sturdy. So come and stay the night in room 130.
Yeah, where the countdown? Where the countdown, homie? Shine with red. All right. Yeah, love y'all. It's the pop. It's the party. All right, yeah, this be jamming. This be jamming. Okay, thank you guys so much. Hope you enjoyed the show. We got to 728 likes. Thank you guys so much. I will be back tomorrow for a live stream. I'll also be working on the documentary and doing some editing. Okay, so thank you guys again for tuning on in. Thanks to the moms for handling this. Also, thanks to everyone who sent in super chats. Okay, I always have to thank people. I'm appreciative. I'm thankful, and thank you for the blessings. Okay, all right. Okay, Cook Protest Undefeated. Love y'all. Take care. Peace.